Yo, what's happening, chat? How's it going today? Hope everybody's having a great Sunday. Happy Sunday to everyone. Alright, for those of you in other countries, Monday, happy Monday. For those of us that are in the right time zone, in the right place. No, I'm kidding. Yeah,
I mean, I charged him the minimum that I usually charge.
Hello there.
Yo, banana boy.
Hello.
Excuse me, banana boy. What the hell is that supposed to mean?
A nut for a jar of tuna?
Huh?
A nut for a jar of tuna.
Oh, Lord, I have no idea what the hell you're talking about.
No lemon, no melon.
Right then. Can we start this over again? Because I have no idea what the hell you're speaking about.
Top spot. Yo, banana boy.
Right then. Can I get a large cock combo then, please?
Top spot.
Oh yeah.
Bird rib.
There you are.
Top spot. Sit on a potato pan, Otis.
Right then.
Hell yeah.
What the fuck is that?
Right. No, what can I get for you in that combo?
I don't know. Just put something good in there.
All right, perfect.
Hell yeah, Baggers. Let's go.
All right. Right here on the tray, got an egg roll platter.
Hey, Venom. How have you been? I miss you. I hope you're doing well. I was just asking someone about you the other day. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Hell yeah, hope you enjoy.
I hope you're doing well. I've been seeing you around. Hope you're doing good. As always, you're always welcome here. And thank you for the 5-month resub. Appreciate that. It's been crazy recently, but I hope to get back into NoPixel soon. I hope to see you around as well soon. I get things get crazy. Obviously, you know, I don't think it's any secret. I myself had a little bit of a struggle the past 2 months or so. So take all the time that you need, and if you know, just make sure you take care of yourself. So we'll be here. Hopefully I'll be here. All right. So I have done my absolute best to avoid any sort of meta information regarding this court case. I don't know idea how it's gonna happen. By the way, I don't know if everyone is going to be like directly on time. I cut the community meeting that was happening short because I had this scheduled. I don't know if everyone's gonna have that same thought to do so. So I don't know if we're going to be 100% on time or what's going to happen with that. Ideally, everyone's on time, but I can't say for sure that's going to happen. So anyway, yeah, that's, you shall see what happens. Looking forward to it. I haven't done a court case in a while. Actually, well, I guess I kind of have. I thought about actually putting a bow tie on him, but I figured if I did that, he'd look exactly like Colonel Sanders. So I decided against that. You know, it would be nice if I could work with like a 3D modeler and get like actual judges' robes put into the server. But I highly doubt that is, I mean, I could pay for it. I have no idea the process. I have no idea people go through in order to get that stuff in here either way, so.
Vacation plans changed from 1 week to the entire month of December, so that's kind of how that shook out. Hello, Your Honor.
Here's Harvey.
Because, like, from what I've understood from, like, what Alfred's told me, what Arthur's told me,
Give us the bow tie? Now, I don't know about that one too much. I don't know about too much about that one. Give me 1 sec. I'm gonna bring up the case. I'll kind of like look at it temporarily. Give me a sec. All right. So if we go into here, let's go down. Where's this at? All right. So, statement of charges, officer response to emergency backup request from another officer due to Erwin Dundee and others throwing explosives at their vehicles. All right, so probably 13 Alpha happened. Officers pursued suspects to Magellan Ave, which resulted in a shootout. Okay, so that happened down, basically down in the Billabong. Eventually, multiple suspects and officers were shut down and transported to Viceroy Hospital for medical treatment. While injured suspects and officers were in the process of receiving medical care, Dundee, along with the rest of outstanding suspects, opened fire on officers guarding the hospital and proceeded inside the hospital, continuing to shoot everyone inside. Eventually, Dundee and other suspects were shut down. Additionally, repeatedly mentioned the entire situation was within the hurting, destabilizing, and destroying Unified Police Department. Stands accused of terrorism, attempted murder of a government employee ×7, criminal possession of a government-issued firearm ×1, accomplice to criminal use of explosive and criminal possession of firearm class 1. John Doe, though I don't think he's the one doing it. I think it's David Thoreau. Witness list, we have Vesperance, Claire, Penta. I don't think Claire ever once commented on anything in terms of availability, so I have no idea if they're coming. They haven't been recused, so if they don't come, well, that's unfortunate. I mean, that could be a failure to appear if they don't. I don't know if they do or don't. Not on me. For notification purposes, yada yada. So Murphy is obviously the one that will be defending Dundee. And then this is Throw, who gave his availability, yada yada. Andy Flanders, co-cancel. I think he backed out eventually. So I took it, he gave 24/7, enters co-counsel for Dundee. So this is JRH. Who does he play again? I forget his name. Acknowledgement, incidents, for a shift, which these, okay. Yeah, this is just availability. So I basically told him to F off because his availability is absolutely terrible. By the way, scheduling these things are absolutely heinous. I'm just going to say it straight up. Like, we have 3 prosecutors, I believe, right? And so when their hours of availability are 4 hours this day, 5 hours this day, and they're Eastern, guess what? Most of the people play at night that I deal with, and this is definitely not at night. So I mean, sure, EU, great, cool. Like, that works for them, but they need to stop assigning people that play NA and AU times to people that have availability for EU. That's I'm so sick of trying to schedule things. This is like my biggest complaint as a judge, straight up. Anyway, this is a bail hearing stuff. No worries, bail hearing. This is everything that happened with that. So, chat, remind me. Obviously, I don't think that he's violated parole in any means or terms. So, obviously, him showing up back up to court has 75K back to Barry. So, remind me to give that back to Barry at some point. Out of courtroom aspects will not be present. Then don't file for it and say you're representing. By the way, Monday, Sunday, anytime before 11. Okay, yada. Yeah, I know he's been on crack all week. I kind of would have thought it would have been cool if he tried to play like some Godfather type-esque role as Dundee while he's on parole, so that he actually didn't do the crime, but like he gave people missions to go out and do them, and kind of go back to, which would be kind of cool. But I mean that's not his character. We'll give him something to do, be like, hey, listen, I want you to go hit 2 flicas, yada yada, you know. Anyway. So here's just the other motions and we're good. So sub a day keeps Doc. Wait, true. Josie, how are you? Thank you for the reset for 4 months. Appreciate that.
Wait. Hi, Doc.
All right. So here's a police report, and I think they amended it on top of it. Holy shit. All right. The whole PD. Right. Okay. All right. Interesting. There's a lot to it. I'm not going to go all into that yet in case, or unless they start obviously doing so. Might be the longest eat animation I've seen in a long time. It's just a side, please. Bailey, you slow eater. See, that command says TJ has said. TJ has not said.
How's it going today, Your Honor?
Oh, just fine, thank you. Damn. Littleman's got massive warrants over here. I saw this guy, I was like, is that Rami? Bailey's stream? Yeah, I know. All right. Actually, let's get into this a little bit. All right. So casings. Best thing I can really look at is the photos. So look at the Dundee photos. That's a lot of shit I don't even know what I'm looking at, and they're gonna have to do a decent job explaining it. So this is all one person shooting. This is just a bunch of blood. I think this is the other side of it, maybe? This is still all one person shooting. 3-9, this is all the same gun. No conflict of interest mod check? Listen, alright. So here's kind of the rules with conflict of interest, right? Eventually, everyone and anyone's going to be typically conflicted out at any certain point in time. They've asked us basically to make sure as long as you're fair in a trial, you're perfectly fine. Which is exactly what's going to happen, right? Because realistically, everyone knows everything about most, well, not everything. Everyone knows most characters, right? You've had an interaction with them at some point in time. So regardless, you're going to be conflicted even if you said like hello to them in a typical human nature. So as long as we're fair and balanced within the actual trial itself, there's no conflict. I'm not conflicted whatsoever. As I've stated many times before, the entirety of this is intended to be completely fair. I have no intention of previous involvement with Dundee, of causing some sort of conflict within the courtroom and the trial itself. I've talked about this multiple times. I have absolutely zero intention of trying to screw someone over based upon previous involvements with my character and his. That person bled a ton. That person ran away. This is a blood trail. Is that same blood trail? Whippy's already thinking Dundee is a PD punching bag, so it happens, then it happens. I mean, fair within reason, sure, to assume that. But I think he brought that upon himself at times as well for the actions that he's done to PD as well. So, I mean, it wouldn't be a quote-unquote PD punching bag if he hasn't spent majority of a period of time literally running up to cops in traffic stops and shooting them. So, I mean, OOC kind of deserves to be the PD punching bag, truthfully. I mean, by that same standard, though, I mean, CG should be as well, right? 7 attempted murders. I think we can only charge up to 8. Oh, on his record? I have no idea. Probably like 200. I have no idea. We don't take that really into account. 207, I was pretty damn close. Also, his previous, like, criminal past, like, we don't go into previous incidents, right? We take into consideration things that they have or tendencies to be proven, but we look specifically at the incident that's at hand. When the starting should be kind of starting soon. I'm getting a few messages really quick. I gotta respond to. Give me a sec. The meeting is still going on in the other channel. Yeah, so they were talking about a meeting before, and just basically like, don't be toxic to other people. That was basically the gist of it. Don't try to drama bait people, from what I took. Alright. Even the justice system knows it. So there's actually a badge that I have. And you have to change like the rank in the MDW. So I'll kind of put it on here, right? So this PD badge, you have to change the rank in the MDW for it to show up. And so people just kept calling my judge KFC judge. And so
How long until we're planning on starting, Your Honor?
Hey, give it a few more minutes. It's supposed to be at 7 o'clock there, son. Don't you have a schedule or calendar?
You know, I get, you know, with the city, you know, we get a little lost track of time.
Oh.
Good evening, Judge.
Yes, hello there, Mr. Benson. How are you?
Hey, good. So do I speak to you now or after the case about giving that 75 grand back?
That will be after, my friend.
Okay, that sounds good. Okay, thank you.
So regardless of what kind of happens with the outcome with it, no, this is... I don't have, like I said, I don't have any preconceived notion of what will happen. I just want to say it first off, I have no ill will or intent regards to any people in the server or outside the server. This is not, you know, if something would happen, I'm not trying to prove a point to anyone. I'm not trying to target anyone. I just want to make sure that whatever happens, happens. I have no idea what's going to happen with this, obviously. So there's no malicious intention should something go a different way. All right. I just want to make sure that people enjoy, have a good time. And yeah, just be around. Yo, Alex, thank you for the new tier 1 sub. I appreciate that. The server meeting hurt this court hearing? Not really. I mean, people that need to be there need to be there. People that don't need to be there don't need to be there. So if they're there, they're there. Perfect. So if they're not, well then maybe. But frankly, a meeting of 2 hours in length should be more than enough time to get your points through, because there's a lot of back and forth, just like bickering in situations, and people love to speak in meetings about their experiences, like everyone else truly thinks that their situation is unique. Anyway. Alright, so let's also review by definition the definition of terrorism for you all, which is obviously the charge that got him put into this, right? The unlawful use of extreme violence and intimidation against the civilian population that would pursue political aims, compromise medical neutrality, or in the name of a religious ideology. The unlawful use of extreme violence and intimidation against government entities that would pursue the disruption, destabilization, or destruction of those entities for political or religious aims. So this is a definition that we are working with on terrorism. I don't think I can copy and paste that. Can I? I don't think I can. Wait a sec. Screenshot I could, but I like to have it up for my own purposes. You'll see me typing a fair amount during this. If I'm not addressing chat or looking at chat, it's because I literally have to have a multi-track brain that is trying to take into what they are discussing and recording it, because you know what, playing a judge on this server is not exactly the easiest thing to do. There's a lot of, at least for myself, there's a lot of multitasking. So if I miss a if I miss an objection or something, it's probably because I'm trying to catch up on notes.
Your Honor.
Yes.
Would it be possible to wait a little bit longer, as I'm still waiting to hear from Murphy as to why he's delayed a little bit?
Oh.
Murphy
Delayed.
responded my email. He's on the way.
All right. Never mind.
All right. Fair enough.
Thank you.
What's going on?
Murphy's on his way. That's it.
So.
Speak your part there.
Witnesses, one of my witnesses is at a meeting that he has to be at. Wrangler, apparently.
I think he's contacting him. If I'm mistaken. Let me check.
Sounds like a him problem. This has been scheduled for weeks.
Don't worry, I'll take care of Wrangler. Just let me do my thing, all right? You worry about yourself, I'll take care of that.
Alrighty.
Here's bye. Alright. Let me message Penta really quick. Alright, I just messaged Penta. We're good. And Dundee. Listen, these meetings will stay here for 4 hours. I'm straight honest with it. I consider pushing it back another hour because of it, but in all in all forms, it probably was going to sit here for another like hour on top of that. Yo, Jewel, thank you for the T1 on top of that. Appreciate that. Hello, hello, welcome. Is it okay if I ask a non-GTA question, aka New World? There's gonna be luck weapons for the event. I know you love. What do you mean? What are you talking about? Hold on. What are you on about? Hold on. You confused me, Flea. All right. All right. I'm just writing this down. Sorry, I have to have both of them. I can't show a screen right now with both of these up. Or in the name. Actually, I can. Name of religious ideology. The unlawful use of extreme violence and intimidation against government entities that would pursue disruption, destabilization, or destruction of those entities for political or religious aims. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. I'm going to add a source here. Image, I think I want window capture, right? Window, media source, add media, maybe? No, that's not what I want. Window capture, I think I want window capture. Add source. That's not what I want. There's a way that I can actually get my notepad as a, give me a sec. Screen capture? Widgets, no, I want widgets. Give me a sec, give me a sec, give me a sec. Image, window. How do I add an actual notepad? Give me a sec. Oh, I think I got it. Okay. Alright, so... Alright, here's what we're gonna do. So that way I can have it on my secondary monitor, and it won't move.
Excuse me, Judge.
Yes?
If I was late right now, if I was not here... I'd be
Speak up just one sec for me. I can barely hear you.
If I wasn't here right now, I'd be billed $750,000. So what's going on with the other people?
I have reached out to them. Just give me a second, alright?
Yeah, but they're late. Everyone else made an effort to be here. I declare that I'm not guilty and I'm free to go.
I think you already declared the not guilty part. Now, free to go, that's a different circumstance that we are here to conduct a trial for. Just give me a few minutes. I'm trying to wrangle everyone up. All right?
Oh, okay. Oi, dickheads, don't wear your fucking hat.
All right. Penta is on his way. Thanks. Notepad, see yourself out. Yep, you can purposely go ahead and do so. That is fine with me. Enjoy your way out. I have no qualms about that. Alright. Alright, everybody able to hear me, yes or no?
Yep.
G'day,
Yes,
Your
Your
Honor.
Honor.
Hello, Your Honor.
Yes,
Your
hi.
Honor.
I have received word that a few other individuals are on the way currently. We are just waiting for them to give it about 5 minutes. They should be here, all right? At that point in time, we will begin, all right?
Your Honor, for all due respect,
Thank you, Your Honor.
if I was late, I'd be in shit. Why aren't they in shit?
Son, I'm not here to have a back and forth he said, she said about whatever people showing up and etc. I expect it. I will have a conversation with them. Now, the public could go ahead and do something that I will not do. I will have conversations with individuals, and that is between me and them. That being said, I want to put some very stern ground rules here. First off, for everyone that is in the rows behind, this is not your trial. This is Dundee's trial. Don't do anything stupid that will make yourself a target or any sort of contempt within this courthouse. I do not like giving contempt. Do not mistake my kindness for weakness by any means. I will do so, and I will not make a big deal of it. If you're looking for a show, you will not get one out of me. If you're looking for a show of anybody else, I suggest you leave at this moment. Do I make myself clear? I do not enjoy giving contempts out. If it gets heated between the lawyers, I will put this in the recess, bring them back to my chambers, and we will talk civilly. That is how I operate. You understand this?
Your Honor, I've got a question.
Yes.
I've been named as a defense witness. Do I have to stay on that side, or am I good being over here? I don't want Thoreau to get in trouble for me being over.
So, and ideally, I would like you to stand in the area that you're a witness of because of the fact that they might overhear information from one side or the other.
Okay, understood. I'll need a few minutes then. I'll be back.
Alrighty. Alright, give me one sec, chat. I'm just going to put on... that's not appropriate. Maybe that's better. Alright. So yeah, that gives me the ability, you can see what I'm typing. Let's see if I put this up a little bit further. Can y'all read that then? I'm going to try to add as much as I can so that I'm showing you the different angles and things, right? That's not what I want. All right. There we go. You can see how I am at spelling. Oh boy. Good luck with that. All right. Okay. There we go. Wrangler should be on his way. I think Penta actually started stream. Okay. Did I put political? I did put... Stop. There we go. Listen, I'm not here for y'all to just criticize my typing abilities, okay? There we go. How many subs a bribe for D? This court case decision can be bought by 500 subs. Thank you. You all joke, but that actually used to be a thing in 2.0. So in 2.0, there was SBS Fridays or whatever SBS trial, yada yada. And some of the judges would actually go in, do the trial. He would do his decision based upon the number of bits or subs that they were gifted during the period of time for the SBS. And then it would just be determined afterwards. That was an actual thing. Like, you guys joke about that, but that actually was a thing. Like I said, it was an SBS type Friday in 2.0. I can't decide if that's amazing or insane, or possibly both. So the biggest streams all got like it's all SBS type stuff. So it wasn't like a serious court case, right? So it'd be like, oh, this person like ran a red light, or they go down, they're having like SBS situations, and so some of the punishments might be like, oh, they got to run from here to Polito, no cars, right? Or I remember one of the verdicts was like, yeah, everyone in the audience has to go to jail. So they would send everyone in the audience to jail. Yo, Steph Bird. Thank you for the resub for 2 months. Appreciate that. Yeah, it was like lighthearted fun, right? It wasn't like this person's actually going to jail for a period of time. So you deliver like the verdict and everyone in the audience went to jail for like a month. That was the type of situations that we were doing. Yeah. I didn't do any of those, actually. I wasn't even really streaming at that point. This was kind of around like earlier 2.0 or like mid 2.0. And then they asked for it to stop.
Hello.
What's your status there, Wrangler?
I'll be there in 3 minutes.
All right. I'm counting on a solid 3 minutes there.
I'm coming right now.
All righty. I didn't really grab water. I need to grab water. I don't think this trial should take all that long, truthfully. I don't think the witness list was terribly that large. I don't recall. Do you pick a word today? Wait for TJ stream? Wait for TJ stream. I don't want to do a word on Bailey. That would just be awkward for me to do it in a court case for Bailey. Yo, Ace023 and Mike on. Thank you for the new subs. Appreciate that. Welcome, everybody. Alrighty. Go ahead and get this started. If we could have everyone return to their respective areas. Alrighty. I have heard from a wrangler who says he'll be here in about 2 minutes. I'll go ahead and call his court into session. When he gets here, we'll do the whole fun thing, everything anyway, and swearing people in. But in the meantime, I'll just go ahead. Oh, there he is. And go ahead and get this started. So, at this point in time, we are here to hear the trial of the people versus Erwin Dundee. Mr. Dundee, you stand charged with the following. Terrorism ×1. Attempted murder of a government employee ×7. Criminal possession of a government-issued firearm ×1. Accomplice to criminal use of explosives. Criminal possession of a firearm class 2 ×1 as well. Mr. Dundee, each one of these I'm going to read off to you, and I'm going to have you give me a guilty or not guilty plea or no contest. Understood?
Understood. I'm not guilty or charges.
Hang on. Your Honor, before we proceed with that, I think we need to call a sidebar for a clarification on a motion, because I think it's relevant to how we're going to plead here.
All right, go ahead and approach and prosecution your side as well.
All right, Lou, this is your training day, so you explain what Dundee just told us as best as you can.
So, Your Honor, do you know how John Doe did that motion to amend the charges in the police report?
Uh-huh.
So you responded by saying, motion granted to amend charges.
Yes.
Not acknowledge the police report as is the way I'm interpreting it. So are we still using the original one?
So it was inclusive of both there. The motions were accepted on both ends. Apologies if that was unclear, but the entirety of the motion was accepted.
Under the impression that it wasn't, because John Doe went back and edited the original filing to reflect the charge change. However, he never edited it to reflect the police report change.
And son, as soon as you would notice something like that, that is your turn as defense to also point that out.
That's what we're doing right now.
Understood. You could have done it a few days ago, but that is accepted as I say the entirety of. All right. All righty.
All right. Yep.
The one point I would like to make too, technically the updated report is a separate entry. So if that matters, you can People's A is the original one and People's B is the updated one. So technically both are still in evidence.
My only actual concern in all this is just making sure that there weren't any sneaky edits going on without awareness, because I wasn't sure if that's what happened when I first heard of it.
Well, it was made publicly available, so all edits, all things that would have taken place are made available on the report as well. That is your side to it and their side to it. Everyone has access to the same thing.
All right, Dundee, your questions answered here?
Yeah.
Alrighty.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Uh-huh. That is a crock over there. Alrighty. For those of you that were wondering what that conversation was, there was a few motions that took place in the docket. We're just clarifying those, alrighty? Alrighty. So, Mr. Dundee, on the account of terrorism ×1, how do you plead? Speak up there, son. Can't hear you.
Hold on, I'm speaking with my lawyer.
Alrighty. I need a better way to move in between screens while I'm playing. Judge, truthfully.
1 second.
Good luck with it? Well, thank you. Wrangler's here. Yes, Wrangler's there. He's right back there. Hey, also, by the way, the DOC guards by the back, just go ahead and raise your hand for me real quick. All right.
Your Honor, I'm ready.
One sec, Mr. Dundee. I just want to clarify to all y'all's in the back. I want to verify that everyone that goes in and out of this courtroom has a valid ID. If they do not have one, they cannot be in here. Do you understand that? Go ahead and make sure to check them as they enter the room. All right?
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
If they don't have one, don't let them in. Alrighty. Yes, Mr. Dundee. On the charge of terrorism ×1, son, how do you plead?
Not guilty to terrorism.
Alrighty. On the charge of attempted murder of a government employee ×7. Now keep in mind these are all individually charged things. You can say I plead guilty to 1 of them, 2 of them, 3 of them, 4 of them, none of them, or etc. Now there's 7. How do you plead?
Your Honor, besides terrorism, all other charges I plead no contest for time's sake, as I don't have much time today.
Alrighty.
Is that acceptable, Your Honor, for him to not contest those charges as opposed to a straight-up guilty plea?
Yes, it is acceptable.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Uh-huh. Does he have to go? Alrighty. So, with that being said, the no contest for all the other ones are taken into account here. Now, for those of you giving a testimony today, I need y'all to raise your hands for me. Alrighty. And go ahead and do so. Alright. DOC, could I have you swear them in for me by chance?
Yes, Your Honor. Raise your left hands. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under the penalty of perjury, so help you Han?
Mm-hmm.
Speak up. I haven't heard you say it.
Yes.
Alrighty, prosecution side, make sure that you're speaking up for me.
Yep.
Alrighty, Wrangler?
Yeah.
Alrighty.
They've been sworn in, Your Honor.
Alrighty. Perfect then. Alrighty. We'll be starting off by prosecution going ahead giving their opening statement. We'll have defense on their side as well. Then afterwards, then we'll proceed with examination, and we'll have cross and then redirect as well. Is that understood? At the end of the prosecution, your side to it, if you'd like to point out any evidence that has been submitted, that is your time to do so, make any statements, etc. Obviously, any statement that is made or questions that are asked here can be objected to. Now, I do want to say, keep in mind your objections, keep them civil there. If it does get out of hand, we will have that conversation, alrighty? Alright.
Yes, Your Honor.
Understood, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Uh-huh. Are both sides prepared to give their opening statements?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Alrighty. Prosecution there.
Your Honor, you have read for yourself the statement of charges for this filing. It does a good job summarizing the heinous actions the defendant, Erwin Dundee, took on November 28th. Many of the charges he's accused of will likely not even be contested by the defense counsel. The big question is the one count of terrorism. The statute is twofold. The first half covering acts against the civilian populace, and the second half covering acts against government entities. We have a defendant here who is infamous for his hatred of the police department. A defendant whose public record includes 207 counts of attempted murder of a government employee. A defendant who spontaneously stated several times during and after the events of November 28th that his goal was to use extreme violence to facilitate the disruption, destabilization, or destruction of the unified police department. Additionally, the act of besieging a public hospital, Viceroy Medical, put in the lives of the medical professionals who work there and the general public who go to that hospital for their healthcare needs at risk, satisfies the first aspect of the terrorism statute. Today, using officer testimony and review of the facts and evidence, we will prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Erwin Dundee is guilty of all charges. Thank you.
All right, you're up, Lou.
Your Honor, people of the court, the charges that Dundee is being accused of, while it might not be contesting everything, we are here to contest terrorism. This is a charge that never should have been given to Dundee. Everything that he said, that Dundee quote unquote said regarding destroying, destabilizing the police department is completely fabricated. Dundee never made those statements. He simply went to the hospital that day to get his friends out of police custody. He had no political nor ideological motives behind attacking the police, and he simply just cared about his gang. Thank you, Your Honor.
Alrighty. Prosecution, are all your witnesses here and present?
Yes, they are, Your Honor.
Alrighty. Would you like to start by calling up your first one then?
Yeah. Execution would like to call Claire Everly to the stand.
Alrighty. Miss Everly, go ahead and proceed. Hey, not that one. Not that one. This one.
Oh, not that one. That one. Oh.
Yes, he asked you questions from there. You answer from here.
I feel about this. Looks uncomfortable.
Yeah, that's what your tax dollars are going towards.
Nice.
Alrighty. Go ahead, proceed at any point in time if you'd like.
Can you state your name and rank for the record?
Corporal Claire Jessica Everly.
And, Corporal, were you on duty November 28th, 2021?
Yes.
Now, when you were on patrol that day, did you encounter the defendant at all?
Yes.
Where exactly did you run into him?
Myself and my cadet at the time, 515, attempted to stop a blue Anus Jeep slash SUV. Can't really, it's one of those weird ones. Eastbound Vespucci Boulevard. Closest cross was northbound Power Street.
Okay. And to the best of your knowledge, who all was inside of this vehicle?
Bondi Boys MC members, in particular, Erwin Dundee.
Okay. Now, what were the occupants of that vehicle doing?
They were shifting around, I believe, moving seating for a bit, from what I observed in the passenger seat of my Ford Explorer.
Okay. Did they speak to you at all?
Yes, if I recall correctly, Erwin Dundee had stated, "Have you seen grenades before?" and continued, or promptly afterwards, lodged 2 grenades out of the window at us. They didn't strike any LEOs, or law enforcement officers, sorry.
Okay. What did you do in response to having these grenades lobbed?
We asked for officer backup immediately, as this a weapon was used at this traffic stop, and we tailed the blue Anus Jeep / SUV in a pursuit with additional law enforcement officers.
Now, this pursuit, can you briefly describe it to me?
Okay. My cadet 515 turns on his lights and sirens and follows very cautiously behind a blue Anus Jeep SUV in an attempt, hopefully, not to be blown up or shot.
Okay. Did they throw any further explosives, grenades at you during this chase?
Not to my recollection. That's the word.
Okay. And then, how did the vehicle pursuit come to an end?
It ended in near
That's
the Billabong. I want to say it was near Conquistador Street, but I can't remember the street name off the top of my head. I was shot out of my Ford Explorer.
Okay.
Conquistador? How do you spell Conquistador?
How many other officers were involved in the shooting?
I'm unaware of that exact number.
Okay.
Just for the courts, very briefly, if you do not mind, clarify what the Billabong is and its location, if you could.
Oh, yes, Your Honor. May I take a look at my map real quick to give the
Yes, you may.
area?
Uh-huh.
Okay, the Billabong is near southbound Bay City Avenue and Melanoma Street. It's in that area. That's where the Billabong will be, and that's where the pursuit ended.
Thank you much.
Sorry, it's BBMC turf, Your Honor. There you go. It's their claimed turf on Vespucci Beach.
Alrighty.
How did the shootout come to an end?
I can't recall accurately, as I was one of the injured officers being treated inside of Viceroy Medical, I believe.
Okay. To the best of your knowledge, how many of the suspects were shot down and taken into custody at that point?
I believe 5 or 6, sir.
Okay. And was Erwin Dundee one of them?
Yes, sir.
He's a stenographer? Yeah, I know, seriously.
Which hospital were you transported to?
Viceroy Medical Hospital. It is going to be on Panorama, I believe.
That was already asked.
Okay.
Correction, Palomino Avenue.
Now, once you arrived at Viceroy, medical care.
Could you go ahead and repeat that by chance? Unfortunately, your voice box needs a little lozenge there, my friend.
Sorry. You hear me all right now?
Yeah,
No
so far.
issues? Okay. At Viceroy were yourself, any other down officers, and the suspects provided with medical care.
Yeah, sounds about right.
Now, going back to the initial shootout situation, when was the next time you encountered outstanding suspects from that shootout?
Sorry, could you reword your question there? I'm a bit confused what you're asking.
Yeah, I could do that. Did you, after getting medical treatment, did you encounter any other suspects that were not apprehended at the initial shootout?
No.
After getting medical treatment at Viceroy, did anything else happen?
I was still rather injured, but I believe there was a incident at Viceroy Medical where additional suspects showed up to attempt to break the current suspects we had out.
And at this breakout attempt, was there any other officers who got shot down, or were you injured again at all?
No, I went home safely that night.
To the best of your knowledge, did the outstanding suspects successfully enter the inside of the hospital during their breakout attempt?
I can't really for sure say as I was medically injured.
To the best of your knowledge, were any downed officers or suspects still in the process of receiving medical care when the breakout attempt happened?
Again, unknown. I was medically injured, so I can't really comment on what happened on the active scene when I was injured.
And my hands are gonna cramp up by the end of this. I'm just letting you all know. Usually when I'm done with this, it becomes into like a 10 to 12 page document if I ever paste this in the Word.
To the best of your knowledge, did the defendant participate in both the initial shootout or the breakout attempt at the hospital?
I know the defendant participated in the initial shooting. However, I am unknown to him participating in the secondary one as I was injured.
Chat, we'll get the clipping fingers ready. Gotta get Bailey a court reporter with a shorthand typewriter. I know, seriously.
To the best
I
of
have a
your
mad
knowledge,
respect for
was
people that do
Erwin
this.
Dundee Mirandized?
I believe so, as I'd stated multiple times over radio to make sure they are Mirandized and that everyone has the suspect they are processing. After I receive medical care.
Are you aware of which officer specifically Mirandized him?
I'm unaware.
To the best of your knowledge, was Erwin Dundee searched?
Yeah, I would believe so. When they're taken into processing, they get searched, basically their possessions.
This would be a Murphy objection, by the way. Murphy, where you at? You're not going to object to that?
Now,
It's a
throughout
belief,
the
speculation.
entire incidents of that day, on your interactions with the defendant, did the defendant say anything to you?
To me, individually, no, I don't recall.
Okay. Do you recall any spontaneous utterances he may have made or any self-incriminating statements?
Asked and answered.
You gotta say objection beforehand, please.
Apologies. Objection. Asked and answered.
Would you like to rebut that?
Yes, Your Honor. She previously, I asked if asked if he had said anything to her specifically. This question is now just asking if there were any spontaneous utterances or statements, not statements specifically to the corporal.
Yes, and I'm gonna uphold the objection because her answer was no, she does not recall. So the fact of saying anything to Corporal Everly falls under the defendant say anything to her, and the answer being no, spontaneous utterance will be, at that point, duplicitous. So go ahead and ask another question.
Understood, Your Honor. I don't have any further questions.
Alrighty, defense, this is your opportunity to go ahead and cross-examine.
Your Honor, one moment while I confer with counsel, please.
Ooh. Ooh. Okay. Apparently you can't just do that. It's everything. That's unfortunate.
Hello, officer. I would just like to confirm, you said to essentially the best of your knowledge that Dundee was there to break out his fellow suspects, correct?
Yes, to the best of my knowledge.
I know I need Notepad Plus.
And it was already reviewed too that all Dundee said to you across the entire, let's just say the whole day with you, was him saying something along the lines of, have you seen grenades before, right?
Objection, Your Honor. Counselor is testifying.
Would you like to go ahead and rebut that, son?
I am just reconfirming what she said, Your Honor.
You can do so without giving direct statements. That is exactly what he said testifying. Objection is sustained. Please re-ask your question if you're going to ask that.
I don't think I need to, Your Honor. I'm all set, actually.
Alrighty. Prosecution, would you like to go ahead and redirect, my friend?
One moment. Nothing on redirect, Your Honor.
Alrighty. Corporal Everly, you may go ahead and step down.
Am I going to be needed for any more for this case?
Defense, are you recalling Corporal for your witness at any point in time afterwards?
No, we don't need her, Your Honor.
Alrighty. Your job here is done. I wish you best of the rest of your day then.
Thank you so much, Your Honor. I appreciate you.
Yes, take care. Alrighty, let's go ahead and get your second witness up there, prosecution.
Sure thing. Your Honor, the prosecution calls Rustin Cooper to the stand.
Alrighty.
It's pronounced Randy Ray. Oh, sorry. Okay, sorry about that.
Alright, son, go ahead and approach. You have been sworn in, yes?
Yes, I have, sir.
Alrighty.
Do you mind if I,
Yes, grab a seat.
Alright.
Make sure you speak up, Mr. Cooper. I can barely hear you over here.
Alright, how about now?
Perfect.
Alright.
Mr. Cooper, can you just state your full name and your rank for the record?
My name is Rustin Cooper. My rank is a senior officer of the LSPD, badge number 412.
And were you on duty on November 28th, 2021?
Yes, I was.
At some point while you were on patrol, did you hear Corporal Everly's call for backup in regards to her testimony earlier?
Yes, it was a 78's call, and it was said there were grenades being thrown out of a vehicle.
For the court, could you go ahead and explain 78, please? Also, all officers involved do not use common 10 codes, etc. When you're in court, make sure you're very clear of what you're saying. Not everyone has that knowledge, alrighty?
Apologies, Your Honor.
Uh-huh.
It's a call where an officer's life is in immediate danger, and it's basically all hands on deck situation to try and assist our officer whose life is in danger.
Okay. And in that call out, were any suspects identified?
Could you repeat the question?
From the emergency call for backup, were any of the suspects identified?
From what I recall, it was said it was BBMC.
Okay. Once you arrived on the scene, what did you see?
I saw several officers down. I got on top of a rooftop and I saw several BBMC members shooting at officers.
Okay. And what did you do? What did you do next?
I opened fire on the BBMC members who were shooting at my officers. I mean, I can specifically say who they were, but I don't think that's gonna matter. After that, I tried to get my officers out of there once we had a triage point set up.
Understood. How did the I guess what led to the end of the shootout?
What led to the end?
The end of the shootout. We waited around the BBMC, the turf, the Australian barrio, for a while to gather up our officers, and we decided to move them to Viceroy for medical treatment along with the suspects we had in custody, because we can't leave them there to bleed out.
Okay. To the best of your knowledge, how many suspects were shot down prior to your transporting them to medical?
So at the initial shootout, 2.
Okay. Was Erwin Dundee one of these 2 individuals?
Negative. It was Junior Meats and I don't know the last one, but it wasn't Mr. Dundee.
Okay. To your knowledge, he was present at the shootout, correct?
Yes, he wasn't wearing a mask, and I did see him shooting at me at some point.
Understood. Just as a point for clarification, so the defendant was at the defendant was at the shootout. However, you were not able to apprehend him at the initial shootout. Is that correct?
This is correct. He was on the streets, and there was someone on top of a rooftop. I couldn't get a shot on either of them to actually apprehend them without getting shot down myself.
Understood. After you transported the officers and the suspects to the hospital, just as a point of clarification, which hospital was it?
Viceroy Hospital.
Holy shit.
And after you arrived at Viceroy, did the officers and the suspects get medical care?
Yes, they were receiving medical care. I walked into the ER, and I did see certain individuals up, and others were still being treated because there were quite a few cases of gunshot wounds.
Okay. Now, while the medical treatment was going on, did any of those outstanding suspects or the defendant return to the hospital?
Yes. There were 4 individuals who basically laid siege on the hospital at the time people were still being treated.
Okay. And now you saying laid siege. What kind of weaponry were these individuals using?
It was mostly, from what I recall, I can't specify exactly what weapon it was, but I can say it was fully automatic rifles.
Understood. Now, during this shootout, this now second shootout at the hospital, were any more officers shot down?
Yes, approximately about 7 to 8 officers went down.
Were you shot down?
I wasn't. I was of everyone at the hospital. I went up to the rooftop and I was the last man standing.
To the best of your knowledge, did these suspects laying siege to the hospital enter inside the hospital?
Yes, they entered the hospital. That's where the shootout ended, within the hospital.
And to the best of your knowledge, were any downed officers or suspects still in the process of receiving medical care when that happened?
I cannot confirm or deny. There was a lot going on, so I can't say when the shootout ended whether they were being treated, but I do know when it started, there were people still being treated.
How long did this siege go on for?
I would say roughly about 10, 15 minutes, something like that, if I had to make an educated guess.
Speculation.
To the best of your knowledge, was Erwin Dundee one of the suspects involved in this second shootout?
Yes, he was. I managed to shoot him in the back.
To the best of your knowledge, was the defendant Mirandized?
Yes, I was present when he was Mirandized.
Who Mirandized him?
I believe that was my fellow officer and superior, Captain Randy Wrangler, because I was instructed to put Mr. Dundee in his car, and then I heard him start off the Miranda warning.
Okay, and
as far as my knowledge.
Understood. Thank you. To the best of your knowledge, was the defendant searched?
Yes, I searched him.
Okay.
Ding dong. Bing bong.
Now, throughout this entire incident, did Erwin Dundee say anything to you?
Besides groaning in pain, I can't recall anything else. Which makes sense, as he just got shot.
Understood. Were you present at for his processing or any interrogation at Mission Row?
I knew it was happening, but no, I was not present up to a a level where I can fully say what all was asked, what all happened.
Understood. All right, Your Honor, the prosecution does not have further questions for this witness.
Alrighty, defense, this is your opportunity to go ahead and cross. Sorry, let me turn off my phone here. That's my fault. I should know better.
It happens, Your Honor.
Alrighty, defense.
1 second, Your Honor.
Shame on me. I know. This is what happened. Listen. I hate the sign-in feature. It's so dumb. The fact that my name is publicly out there.
To the best of your knowledge.
For Bailey. And people can call it.
When exactly was Dundee read his Miranda rights?
I don't know if I mean, I believe it was right after he was given medical treatment, because he was basically immediately moved towards the vehicle.
Towards which vehicle? I'm sorry.
The vehicle driven by by Captain Wrangler.
And I'm sorry, did I cut you off?
No, you're good. You're good.
In your report, you, during your explanation of the incident, you wrote that the BBMC went back to the hospital to get their boys.
Yes.
when did you gather that information or make that determination?
I mean, it kind of makes sense. We had 2 of them in custody, and then more show up. They get shot down. They also wear cuts. I believe that's what they're called. The jackets, cuts. So I figured it had something to do in relation to that. So.
All right. I'm going to defer to co-counsel.
Is this, I'm guessing it's this guy's first court case, maybe? And Murphy's letting him take it? I have no idea. This is his first? Yeah, I can tell.
During the Miranda, was Dundee conscious and able to confirm that he did understand his rights?
He had been given medical treatment, so yes, after the point where he's given medical treatment and he's released by the doctor, he should be able to, you know, receive it and understand it. Else the doctors wouldn't let him go out of our, out of medical reasons. I don't know the exact terminology. Sorry, my apologies.
You're fine, officer. Can you then re-answer the part of, did you ever hear Dundee confirm that he does in fact understand his Miranda rights? As you did say you were a witness to it.
I did hear the start of it, correct? But there was a lot going on. So with all honesty, I can't confirm or deny.
Objection, non-responsive. That's like 2 yes or no questions in a row that have been like incredibly jumbled and non-responsive.
Alrighty, prosecution, would you like to rebut that?
I believe that the officer is answering these questions quite well, actually. Whether or not they are a yes or no question is kind of up for debate, actually, considering it wasn't prompted as a yes or no question. And you can, in fact, answer these questions with sentences and not one word.
Alright, how about hold on, Murphy. Give me a sec. How about I ask the question a little bit more direct? Son, did you hear the acknowledgement of the Miranda rights, yes or no?
No, not to my recollection.
Thank you.
All right, no further questions, Your Honor.
Alrighty, prosecution. Your chance to redirect, my friends.
One moment.
You were saying, Judge? I couldn't hear you. My counsel were talking to me.
I'm just saying this is the opportunity for prosecution to go ahead and redirect the initial witness. Some officers down. Must have been Mike Block killing officers. Because everyone only assumes I play one character, Niffler. Please.
Officer, so you had just testified that you did not hear him confirm that that he understood his rights, but he was read his rights, correct?
Correct.
Okay. No further, Your Honor.
Your Honor, could I object to that?
What's your objection?
He previously testified that he was there for the beginning of the Miranda, not the entirety.
Alrighty. Your response there?
What's the objection exactly he's making here?
The objection is that the question you asked is not exactly the answer that was given before and point for clarification. The question that was initially asked was, were you present and heard the Miranda rights? To that point, Officer Cooper said that was hectic and never gave a clear yes or no. Your question was, did you hear or confirm that he was read his rights? His answer was correct.
Thank you, Your Honor. I don't know what to tell you.
All right. Then that objection is sustained. I will strike that from the record. Alrighty. Defense, at this point in time, are you marking him for recall?
No, Your Honor.
Yeah, there you go.
Alrighty. Officer Cooper, you may go ahead and step down and have yourself a wonderful night.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Alright, prosecution. Would you like to call your next witness then?
Yes, Your Honor. The prosecution would like to call Randy Wrangler to the stand.
Alrighty. Mr. Wrangler, would you go ahead and step on up?
Okay.
Mr. Wrangler, can you state your full name and rank for the record?
Captain Randy the Rascal Wrangler.
And were you on duty on November 28th, 2021?
Yeah.
While you were on patrol that day, did you receive an emergency backup request at Viceroy Medical?
Yeah.
What was this in regards to?
This was in regards to, I believe the call was individuals that were throwing hand grenades at police officers or something. And then they had taken siege to a hospital while some life-saving operations were taking place.
Now, were any suspects identified?
Yep. Dundee
Yo.
was identified. As well as
Okami,
several
thank you.
others, but for the point of this case, Dundee was identified.
Once you arrived on the scene at Viceroy, what did you see?
So we had to actually do a flanking maneuver around the side of the building because they had locked down the hospital to the point where a lot of angles were covered. I believe they had a shooter on the roof. We started this flanking maneuver. We approached the hospital from the, I believe it was east side, and there was a armed gunman standing at the door. Officers were able to, that individual was armed with a AK-47. We were able to subdue that suspect, and then we had another individual inside that was going to be Dundee with a police-issued M4 firing at officers as they attempted to breach the inside of the hospital.
Now, how did this shootout that you were specifically involved in last for?
Fortunately, we were able to subdue any threats rapidly. I'd say all in all about 5 minutes. I only joined at the tail end of it though.
Understood. And how did you end up taking the or subduing the defendant?
With lethal force. Fortunately, I was alive. The defendant earlier tried to throw a hand grenade at me when I was on a traffic stop.
It's a statement.
And screamed, "This is for Bast."
I mean, that should be objected to right there.
Were you involved in the initial call for backup from Corporal Everly at a traffic stop involving grenades?
That one I was not. I was not involved in. Well, it was one giant situation. That thing escalated into the hospital siege.
Understood. I guess were you involved prior?
Yo,
prior
Chris
to
Carr, I think you're the
in
T1 sub.
fight at the Billabong, for example?
No, I
okay,
wasn't.
Understood.
The only involvement I had was when 30 minutes prior to this, the BBMC rolled up on me at a traffic stop and threatened to throw a hand grenade at me. I believe it was going to be a hand grenade and say, "This is for Bass."
Understood. Why? I guess this is for Bass. Do you have any context to that statement?
Yeah. Dundee has a history of terrorizing Bass and wanting him murdered.
Okay.
I've heard him. I've seen him tweet things about it and say how much he hates Bass and Andrews and all this.
Okay.
Yeah, objection, facts not in evidence.
I'd like to go ahead and rebut that.
Your Honor, Captain Wrangler is simply testifying things he saw and things he saw that the defendant says. If the defendant wishes to contest statements, he can take the stand.
I'm sorry. Could you repeat that last part for me?
If the defendant wishes to contest the statements that this witness is saying he heard the defendant say, the defendant can take the stand and contest those statements.
Technically, he's objecting to them right now.
Yeah, that's true.
Right. No. So the point I'm trying to make is this is the word of one man. This officer thinks he claimed that he overheard. If the defense wishes to counter these, they should call the defendant up to the stand.
Your Honor, he's had like 3 chances. Can I get another rebuttal?
Yes, you can. Go for it.
All right, Your Honor. Basically, I'm objecting on the material of the testimony not being a part of this overall situation, and the tendency that the prosecutor and the witness to create a non-eventful situation being material to what actually is on trial here. So this earlier incident, which was uneventful, is being applied to this overall situation when it was uneventful and there were no charges.
Your Honor, if I may.
Yes, and this is your final rebuttal, and after that, I'll go ahead and deliver that.
The objection is facts, not in evidence. They have not made clear what fact is not in evidence that they are objecting to. I think they're objecting to the fact that Randy Wrangler is talking about an incident that happened before the hospital shootout that is not specifically mentioned in the police report, but I do not believe that is relevant to the objection that they are making. It is not a fact that could be put into evidence necessarily. This is an officer's testimony as to things that happened to him that day.
Your Honor, can I say one
No, you
last-
can't. I told you that was the last one. I do not go back and forth. I stick by my word. There is back and forth. All right. So at this point in time, the objection will be overruled. If you'd like to go ahead and question the testimony of Randy Wrangler in your cross regards the situation, you may do so. All right?
Understood.
All righty.
Captain Wrangler, to the best of your knowledge, actually, let me rephrase.
It's not line of question, but it's
after the
still
defendant
relevant
was,
to
subdued,
establish
was
the
he given
foundation.
medical treatment.
Yes.
To the best of your knowledge, was Erwin Dundee searched?
Yes.
Alrighty, and who searched him?
I did.
Okay. Now, referencing the People's B, the police report 29023, the very bottom in the evidence, that's there's a photograph labeled Dundee's items. Could you take a look at that photo for me, Captain?
Give me one sec. I can bring it up. Hold on.
Oh,
Just so we're all working on the same thing. Give me 1 minute. You said it was Dundee's items there, my friend? Which number was this? I'm looking for it.
It should be the very bottom of the People's B that was submitted a few days ago to the docket.
The very bottom here is DNA.
1 moment.
Your Honor, you're looking at the incorrect report. This is what I was talking about earlier.
It's fine. Hold on. Actually, to that point, don't say. Hold on. To that point, what you're talking about earlier, both of them are still submitted in evidence, frankly. So don't try to tell me what I am looking at or not looking at. All right?
But I believe the report I'm referring to in question is going to be on the second page of the docket filing, towards the very bottom of that page. You should see the People's B there, and at the very bottom of that, of the evidence list, the very last thing should be Dundee's items in an image there.
Yes, there you are.
Now, taking a look at this photo, Captain, were these the possessions that were on the defendant when you searched him?
Hey, what the hell?
Yeah, that looks about right.
I was supporting my brother, please.
Alrighty.
Brother!
Dundee, please.
Now, was the defendant transported to a police department for processing after he received his medical treatment?
That's right.
And was he Mirandized?
Yes.
And was he interrogated?
I believe we attempted to ask him questions, but he pled the fifth.
Okay. Now, did he invoke that Fifth Amendment right unequivocally, or did he continue to make statements?
I don't really think he made any more statements to me.
Okay.
He kept saying that he pled the fifth to me, as I recall.
Understood. Throughout the entire incident, did Erwin Dundee make any spontaneous utterances to you?
Not to me, no.
Did he make any spontaneous utterances to any other officers?
I believe he talked to Bundy.
Okay.
Once again, there could be speculation there. That's when you ask Bundy.
Now, regarding Viceroy Medical, now this facility where the shootout took place, this is a hospital, correct?
Correct.
How many? We've gotten to the point that Viceroy is a medical.
Is Viceroy Medical gang territory?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. Were you the one who decided to charge the defendant with terrorism?
Yes.
Can you explain to me your reasoning for it?
Well, as you stated in your opening, Dundee has a history of violence towards the police. He has over 200 counts of attempted murder on government employees. He also has a long history of saying things against Bass and the police department in general. I believe he said to Bundy something about payback for a warrant or something. I don't know. That was like a week ago. Also, they laid siege to a hospital while
This is objectable as hell right now.
operations are being performed with weapons that terrorists would use, like hand grenades and AK-47s. Also,
All right,
like I said, I was on a traffic
Your Honor,
stop.
Your Honor, objection. I motion to strike everything except the last bit from Wrangler's testimony. All this narrative nonsense about stuff that has nothing to do with the charges at hand here.
In which part are you specifically striking to or allowing, or what do you want to allow there?
All of
Be
Dundee's
specific.
criminal history, his past charges, and all this stuff that's being brought up to prove his guilt of this specific situation at Viceroy Medical, which started in Billabong. That's what we're here to talk about, not my client's criminal history.
May I rebut, Your Honor?
Yes, you may.
The defendant's criminal record is public record, and it is not being used to necessarily incriminate this person, the defendant, for the crimes he's accused of here today. However, it does help build foundation and paint a picture for the motives and the character of the defendant. And I believe it should be.
How are they not using it as evidence to prove his guilt? Like, literally, they are framing the questions, and the answers are supportive of, oh, Dundee has done this in the past, therefore, in this situation, we can apply that reasoning here.
Your last chance to go ahead and rebut that, and then I'll rule on that accordingly.
Your Honor, I believe painting the picture of what kind of man this defendant is crucial and important to help understand the actions that he took on November 28th.
All right, for your current objection, I will go ahead and sustain it because of the fact and evidence we do not take into account previous criminal history in regards to charges that are being brought forth unless it is something that has been, frankly, how do I want to say this? Each incident is their own, right? So we charge each incident as their own. The history, yes. While he has 207 accounts of attempted murder of a government employee, there's a fair amount more that have that as well. Or similar to 200 or maybe
Actually,
even more.
there's not.
All right.
Actually, I believe that he has the highest. I'm sorry to correct you, Your Honor, but I believe
That's
Dundee
fine.
has the highest amount of attempted murder of government employees.
Why is he still testifying about this stuff if we were sustained, Your Honor?
Well, I'm giving my reasoning with that, Murphy. He's just correcting me where I'm going with my reasoning with this. All right? Would you let me finish then?
Yeah, no, you're fine to finish, but when Wrangler was talking, I objected.
So what I'm saying here is we are taking into account the incident that occurred here, right? Those previous incidents, while they have merit in terms of his character, do not apply to the incident at hand. So, I will sustain the objection. Alrighty?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Uh-huh.
So which part of the question was
Re-ask it. I'm striking it all.
Captain Wrangler, specifically, what actions or statements that were made by the defendant on November 28th were made that led you to push the terrorism charge?
Bundy mentioned that he had threatened him about a warrant or something, and mentioning he was going to do something regarding that warrant, something along those lines.
Understood.
Also, the whole hospital thing, people were trying to, doctors were trying to save people's lives, and they laid siege to a hospital and would not let law enforcement inside.
Understood. Thank you. I don't have any further for this witness, Your Honor.
One moment, Your Honor.
Alrighty. Your moment's up.
May I have a few moments, Your Honor?
Those moments are up. Be specific, son.
Can I have approximately 30 seconds?
Starting now.
Thank you.
All right, officers, please go ahead and place that individual into cuffs. You may lead him out of here immediately. He is not.
It's my brother.
I don't care if it's your brother or not. He is not to interrupt the court.
Yeah. Do you want him fined?
I love you, brother.
No, I don't, actually. If you want, he can be here. He cannot say anything. If he says or acts out, then we can go ahead and send him up. If he would like to be here to support his brother, I will allow that to be done. Just not in a way that is disruptive to the court.
Sir, yes, sir. Can I sit next to my brother, please?
Son, your 30 seconds is over.
A thumbs up.
Wrap it up, son.
Yeah, Lou, our time's up.
Thumbs up, Lou.
No questions for him.
Alrighty. Are you marking him for recall?
No, Your Honor.
No. He's gonna stay anyway, so we'll just mark him for recall in case. You're gonna stay anyway, right,
Yes.
Wrangler?
Yes,
No,
Your Honor.
I might not.
All right. Well. Nah, we're not gonna recall Wrangler.
Alrighty. Captain Wrangler, you are free to go then.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
One moment, Your Honor.
One second, Your Honor.
I'm waiting on the prosecution there, not the defense.
Your Honor, can I have a quick sidebar?
Yes. Dundee, back.
Can my paralegal
go back to the
come up
bed.
to these or no?
No, I prefer not. Well, yes, that's fine. Come on up.
Wait. If his paralegal is gonna come up, why can't Dundee come up?
Lawyer in training versus actual defendant.
You gotta tell me anyways. I've been cooperative.
Give us a moment, Dundee.
I just wanted some clarifications on it, but given on the testimony that was just given to me, and I was unaware of some of these things, I did not have Bundy listed as a witness. Is it possible that I could call him up for direct, or is it too late at this point? He is on the defense's list as for their direct.
Yeah, because we added him. That's how that works.
Yep. Well, defense can mark prosecution witnesses for recall. I'm hoping perhaps that some sort of similar thing could be extended.
It's also not how that works.
It isn't. And frankly, hold on. In the honor of quote-unquote playing fair, Murphy, this is your option I will give you.
I'm not inclined to do them any favors, especially not in a serious case such as this.
Alrighty, that request has been denied then, my friend.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Uh-huh. If you don't mind, just give us a few moments there. Just look in the sky
Take a
for me.
quick recess, Your Honor.
Yes, I put this call in the recess 5 minutes, alrighty?
Just gotta wake up. Hey, buddy.
They basically just said that we fucked up. We didn't add Bundy to our witness list. Can we add him? Which is not the way this works. So I said, you know what? If Murphy wants to allow it, I'll let him do it. I would have said no already, but I gave the option. I gave the option to Murphy if he wanted to allow it. So I would have said no already off the bat. So I gave the option to them if he wanted to do it or not. So I would have shut it down. Well, that's R.I.P. there, my friends. It's a big R to the I.M.P.
now is the act of the hospital.
Hold on. Deputy Nova there, could you go ahead and speak a little bit
sorry.
quieter, please? Everyone can hear you. Bundy is not going to testify for the prosecution. He is going to testify for the defense. They asked if he could testify on behalf of the prosecution, which, because they did not add him on the initial docket, I would say no. So, in the honor of just kind of like RP and allowing it to happen, and also being fair and consistent with rulings, I immediately would have said no. But to be fair and kind of, like I said, allow RP with it, I gave the option if Murphy wanted that to happen. Because I don't want to be seen as quote unquote unfair for something that they should have done. So if he was just like, yeah, whatever, then that's fine. But yeah. Is it shitty to add or change things like that? We typically allow 48 hours is the max beforehand. They messed up by not putting him on there. He's also training someone on a huge case. Actually, no, it's a little different. So the prosecution, they've done this before. So anyway, the Murphy part to it is a training. But yeah, I can understand, like, you know, if someone tries to pull that over you, you do probably want to specify that you should not be doing that. So anyway. Chat, by the way, if you don't mind and you're new to the channel, and thank you once again for the follows, be sure to check out our Twitter and Discord accounts. If you'd like to join our communities that we have there, please go ahead and do so. I do see that Dundee's back. So anyway, go ahead and probably get this restarted in a second. So yeah, I appreciate you all for the follows. If you haven't hit the follow button yet, make sure you pound the follow button. Thank you. Appreciate it. It means a lot. And yeah, love you all just being here. The best thing you could do is just be here. That's all I gotta say. So thank you all. All right. Alrighty. Mr. Dundee, you in the right state of mind now?
Hello, yes.
Alrighty. So let's call back into sessions. Go ahead and restart this, alright? Prosecution, do you have any further witnesses? Yo, Travis Levi. Thank you for the tier 1 sub.
No, Your Honor. I do have some pieces of evidence I would like to point out.
Yeah, it's alrighty. You could go ahead and do so.
We've already covered the possessions of the defendant. However, I just would like to point out a few pieces from the vast amount of evidence. All of the pieces of evidence that are labeled Bundy photos. There's 18 of them. They're numbered 1 through 18. Those just going through those does do a good job to paint a picture of the chaos that unfolded at Viceroy Hospital. I think that's the best picture to as the best summary of what went down there if you were to look through those photos from the lieutenant.
So I'm going to give you a piece of advice with this.
Yes, Your Honor.
I'm looking at photos. I see a lot of casings here. I see a lot of blood here. Frankly, there was a shootout between officers and individuals from what I'm taking from this. That's all I took from it. Unless you want to give me explanation during your testimony given to your officers, I don't know what the hell to do with these.
One moment.
Trained in pharmacy? Yeah. I do have my Pharm D. Nice stuff, bro. See, this is all right. This is the thing with evidence and things that they put in the reports. They're just like, yeah, here you go. Go ahead and make something of it. I don't know what the hell this is. So when they do this, you got to make a story out of the evidence, right?
That's not a hack, it's a mod.
If you say Dundee was in possession of...
Oh, I'm hot micing. Goodbye. Whoopsie.
Well, that happened. All right, give it another 5 minutes there.
Another recess. All right, I gotta pee anyway. I'll be back.
All right. So when they give evidence, right? So they take all these photos. Yeah, photos without context. If they're gonna go ahead and give me photos, I need to know what the hell they are, right? So if you want like the correct way of doing this, be like, hey, Dundee was found with such and such M4 on his possession. The casings match this M4, and this was his position while he was shooting at said individuals, right? So if you say, like, here's a gun, here's a direction, here's a projectiles, holy shit, then you actually have a painting, right? Every time that you just... Yes, hi there, Miss Abdul, how are you? Actually, I'm just fine, Abdul. I appreciate that, though. I stopped at Rooster's Rest early and picked up a few things.
Rooster's Rest is a scam. They don't even have chicken.
I don't even know what the hell I had. But yes, I you know, Rooster's Rest, we figured you'd have chicken, right?
Exactly. You know what I mean? Like the logo is the rooster, glory to the cock and stuff like this. You'd want to see eggs, you know, or maybe chicken, you know. You know, something about the rooster.
Yeah, I don't, actually, now that you say it, I don't think there's anything about the rooster, is there?
Nothing about the rooster, bro. It's a sham. It's a scam, bro. I'm telling you.
I do think it is, actually, yes. Huh.
But they're probably laundering money. You know, like the place is fucking dead. I've seen it. You know, nobody goes there no more.
Ah, I'm back.
Huh.
I thought I'll stop saying dumb shit out loud now.
Would you still be you if you did?
Alrighty.
Your Honor, Murphy is still in the restroom.
Yeah. All right. That's true. It's like Chick-fil-A and their mascot's a cow, but their name is at least involving chicken, right? Clucking bell. Oh, the ad's going off? Rip. Actually, give me one sec. If I do to prevent that, if I do ads now, it will push it back. Like I don't control the ads. It's all via Twitch. So if I do it now, I'm just gonna run a quick break. Oh, it's doing it now. Shit. Okay. So I can't even do it. Alright. I can't even do it then. They say if I roll him now, then it'd be good when it gets back in. Yo. Oh, Copy, thank you for the gift of sub. Appreciate that. Send you the ads? I can't send you the ads right now.
Yeah.
I figured if we're doing them that it'd be better to do them now than later. Actually, speaking of which, not that as a thing, but apparently Twitch is doing like a 2.5x payout right now on ads. So if you're one of the people that spam ads to streamers, now is probably the best time that you're gonna do it. I don't like giving ads, but figure in the meantime, if they're gonna get pre-rolled anyway, might as well do it, right? Are they supposed to continue treating patients while armed gunmen shoot cops in the lobby? There's a way that you can think about this is if someone is entering life-saving surgery, are you possibly killing that individual by not administering it? So yes, they should, as long as their safety is not impaired or there is a presence security-wise. But that's kind of opinion-wise as well. So if hospitals go in lockdown, do you still need to give treatment to patients? You're back from those awful ads? I know. Oh, it's your birthday? Oh, happy birthday, by the way. Happy birthday. All right. Let's see here. All right. We're good. Trey Romano. Why does the name sound familiar? I'm pretty sure Mince had a Trey Romano character back on TFRP a long time ago. Or Donnie Romano or something like that. Mince is an old school RPer. I thought it was something Romano. If Dundee is guilty on everything, what is his max possible sentence for terrorism? Like 3 days.
Is everyone here, Your Honor?
Hey, Murphy's back, yes?
Yeah, he's here.
All right, let's go ahead and restart this.
Your Honor, I have a question.
Yes, what's the question?
Do you know how much longer this court case will roughly go for today, as I am on given time?
Well, that depends on your defense side to it. Then there's obviously deliberation that happens afterwards.
Oh no, Dundee's dying.
So, I have no idea. Frankly, the little interruptions that we have adds time. So when that means, let's go ahead and restart it. Prosecution, your side, this was your opportunity to point out any evidence, so go ahead and rest at that point.
Yes, Your Honor. I'm going to attempt to go point out the evidence. We have officer testimony and statements in the report talking about this shootout at the hospital. We have photographic evidence that corroborates these statements, beginning with the pieces of evidence labeled Bundy's photos 1, 2, and 3. This would paint. This shows the entrances that Captain Wrangler testified to that were locked down. In it, you can see large amounts of shell casings, bullet impacts, and blood as well. Also, within the evidence of the report, is shown that casings were recovered that matched the PD-M4 that the defendant fired. That was testified that he had fired in that hospital. Additionally, his DNA in the form of blood was also recovered at the scene at the hospital. Photographs of the photographs of the scene, starting with Bundy's photos 4, 5, 6, and 7, kind of show the scale of this attempted breakout or holdout. It covered large areas and a vast amount of gunshots were exchanged. Bringing this back to the statements within the report itself, this was an extended and long, protracted shootout that happened while medical professionals were attempting to save lives within that hospital. And with that, Your Honor, I will rest.
Alrighty. Defense, this is your turn to go ahead and call witnesses. That really didn't give me a whole lot more. It just said, here's the M4, here's the casings. That was it. I'm waiting for like an actual trial where people say like, here's a photo.
Dundee to the stand.
Give me 1 second here. Mr. Dundee, you're aware that you're waiving your Fifth Amendment right by doing so and giving testimony, yes?
Yes.
Alrighty. Defense, you may go ahead and proceed.
Okay, Mr. Dundee. On the
Hello.
28th, hello. On the 28th, what was your intention when you went to Viceroy Hospital?
To save my friends in police custody.
Why were they in police custody?
They were wrongfully accused of assisting me of a prior crime I committed. And they were detained in police custody.
All right. Upon arriving to Viceroy, what is it that you did to enter inside of the building?
I shot police officers outside as they were guarding the building.
And then upon successfully getting inside, were there more officers that you had to shoot upon?
Inside, at the time, no, there was not. There were 2 officers inside surrendering, and there was 1 EMS. I never harmed them.
Did you say anything to the EMS?
I did not direct him or tell him to do anything. I let him be. I did not harm him.
Why did you not shoot the 2 officers inside?
They were not necessary, as I was trying to get my boys out of custody. They were not interfering with that. I saw no reason to harm them as they were not involved. There were no risk, no problem. They had nothing to do. They were idle.
Can you tell me which two officers were inside?
I can't recall the second one, but the one I definitely remember is Jeffrey Bundy.
One moment, Your Honor. Were
Listen,
you
chat.
able to
Stop hating on my
successfully,
spelling.
leave the hospital with your boys?
No.
Oh boy. This lawyer, he ain't prepared. This lawyer is not prepared.
All right, Your Honor, I'm going to defer to co-counsel if he has any questions.
Alrighty, Murphy. Go ahead. Do you have any questions for Erwin Dundee?
I just wanted to. Mr. Dundee, did this exchange of hostilities begin and end at Viceroy Hospital?
It was in multiple locations throughout the day.
Okay, where did it all begin?
It began near the construction site, near Power Street, near PDM, around the Power Street intersection.
And from there, where did it move?
It moved to Magellan Avenue in Vespucci.
Okay. And as has been stated, it went from there to Viceroy Medical, correct?
He could object to leading.
I have to correct the previous statement. I got the wrong address.
Your Honor, is that okay? If he corrects himself.
At which point are you correcting your statement there?
I meant, what did I didn't mean Magellan Avenue. I meant Meladomus is where it went to. So it went down to Meladomus Street, which is near Magellan Avenue, but slightly different. It's at the end of Bay City Avenue. That's where it went from. It went from around Power Street to Melodona Street in Bay City Avenue. Similar names, very close. Small mistake.
So is that all right, Your Honor? That clarification?
Yes, general vicinity, that's fine.
Okay, and is Melodoma Street at what was the cross there?
It's cross of Magellan and Bay City, Melodona Street in Vespucci.
Melodona and Bay City. Is that roughly the location where your associates were detained and placed into custody?
Roughly, yes, in that very vague area.
Okay, and so from that point, you chose to try to break them out wherever they were going to end up.
Yes, which ended up at Viceroy.
Okay.
This could be objected
And,
so many
again,
times and
just-
many
just to
different
go
people.
over, just to go over the chaos which ensued once things got to Viceroy. What was your objective, your primary objective, in taking this already existing situation to Viceroy?
Only to do what was the absolute bare minimum to break out my boys who were in the back of Viceroy and nothing more. Those
Okay.
that did not stand in my way were not harmed.
Were any medical personnel, to your knowledge, harmed as a result of your action.
No medical was ever harmed or stopped.
All right, and yeah, that's all I needed to clarify.
All right, prosecution, this is your chance to go ahead and cross-examine Mr. Erwin Dundee.
Mr. Dundee, did you fire your weapon at Viceroy Hospital?
Yes.
Objection, vague. I don't know if he's asking if he fired at the building or if he fired while he was near or in the building.
Rebuttal, he already gave an answer, but I would be more than happy to seek out further clarification from the defendant.
Alrighty, then go ahead and re-ask your question. I'll go ahead and sustain the objection, re-ask.
Mr. Dundee, did you fire your weapon in the direction of the building that is Viceroy Medical?
If officers guarding the building were in that direction, yes.
Okay. And did you
What's my
enter
age?
the
74.
inside, lobby of the hospital?
Yes.
While you were inside the lobby of the hospital, did you fire your firearm?
Did I fire it at anyone? Did I fire it at people or just inside the building?
Specifically, while you were inside the building, did you fire your firearm?
Once. At Wrangler when he was trying to breach the building.
Okay. Quick 10 seconds, Your Honor.
One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. 10 seconds over.
No further questions at this time, Your Honor.
Alrighty. Defense, would you like to redirect?
We're good with this witness.
Alrighty.
Good.
Mr. Dundee, you may go ahead and step back. Yo, Britt, thank you for the 4 months. I appreciate the resub. Thank you. Murphy?
Oh, sorry, Your Honor. We're going to call Lieutenant Bundy.
Lieutenant Bundy, go ahead and step on down. The price is right today.
Yep, on my way, Your Honor.
Old Dundee Bundy.
And Bundy, I just want to clarify, you were sworn in, yes or no?
I was, Your
Honor. Alrighty. Murphy, you may go ahead and proceed with your questions.
Lou's gonna go, Your Honor.
All right, Lou, go ahead.
Thank you for coming, officer.
It's Lieutenant.
Oh, thank you for coming, Lieutenant. I apologize. I just have a quick couple questions for you, Lieutenant. What, on November 28th, how did you end up inside of Viceroy Medical Hospital?
I responded to a 1013 Alpha, which is an officer in urgent distress call around the area of Goma Street, I believe that it was. There's a like a fish shop there, like a big restaurant sort of thing. And I was fired upon from the southern side of the street there. I was rendered incapacitated and transported by my fellow officers up to Viceroy, which was about a block away.
So you had received medical treatment inside of Viceroy?
Yes, I had. Dr. Giannetti treated me, if I'm not mistaken.
During that time,
no,
did you lose
Giannetti?
or misplace your firearm, or did you still have it on your person?
No, I still had both my Class 1 and Class 2 firearms on me. I believe my SCAR and my Glock.
Okay. Now jumping ahead a little bit, you heard Dundee testify in regards to not firing upon you when your paths crossed inside of the hospital. Would you say that that was accurate?
I'd say that was mostly accurate. He indicated that officers were surrendering. I wouldn't say we were surrendering. Dr. Giannetti said that we would probably need a little time to recover from our injuries. So we were in the reading corner. We had been provided,
Objection hearsay.
I'm sorry, you're objecting to the answer that.
I'm just objecting to his quotation of Giannetti in this answer, as he's not here to testify and confirm that.
Though the statement is actually given to him, so I will allow the question or statement to be made. I don't think it's exactly the most pertinent question, though. I understand the situation of Lieutenant. Sorry, I didn't make the mistake of saying Officer Bundy. Lieutenant Bundy was already being treated to re-engage and go to the quote-unquote corner is understood.
Yeah, I don't know what he was going to say, so I just objected, even though it is our witness and it is our questioning, just because Giannetti isn't here. So it's just an impulse.
I know you have the impulse to object, even to your own witnesses. That's fine.
That's sustained or overruled, or where are we at here?
Yeah, I'm not even sure what to do with that one.
I can rephrase.
I'm gonna go ahead and rephrase that. Yes.
Okay. So rewinding about 20 seconds. I was informed by medical staff that I would need time to recover from my injuries. So I was in the reading corner. I'd been provided documentation that I was looking over. I think it was a little book that had cute bunnies on it. Whenever Irwin entered the hospital, he seemed bewildered by what myself and Cannoli were doing. But it is correct that he did not fire upon us. He didn't attempt to rob us. He very briefly interacted with us and then walked out the door.
Okay, so you just said it was mostly true that Dundee did not attempt to attack you or shoot at you. Like, what? I'm kind of confused with your statement, how that isn't just 100% true.
No, I was saying that
he was just saying that he didn't surrender. He was just incapacitated.
Apologies.
Buddy, Lou, if someone goes down, you're not going to re-shoot at them again the moment they get up for a situation. I think we're arguing semantics of...
5 moments, Your Honor.
I just want to make sure we clarify this. I'm not trying to argue if an officer was down or have that conversation and have them re-engage with situations, if you understand what I'm saying here. If you want that line of questioning, just make sure we try to avoid that, all right?
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
Alrighty. It becomes a little weird because that's kind of like a rule break type thing. So I don't want to be...
Right, I think I'm going to defer to co-counsel for the rest.
I don't want to be... It's kind of like an RP check. I don't want to do that.
I don't think we have anything further for Lieutenant Bunny.
Alrighty. Prosecution there.
Lieutenant Bundy, at any time during your treatment at Viceroy Medical, did you feel that your life was threatened or in danger?
There was a period of time where there was a lot of shooting outside. However, I personally never, no bullets came whizzing by or anything. There was definitely a period of concern.
Okay. And while that shooting was going on outside, to the best of your knowledge, was there still medical treatment being done to injured persons with inside the hospital?
To the best of my knowledge, I'm gonna
I'd
be
like to
honest.
object on that. Scope?
Would you like to expand on your objection there? You're saying
Yeah, I didn't
scope up with scope
yeah,
there.
I didn't specifically highlight, the medical treatment that was going on while Bundy was inside. I never brought that up during my questioning specifically.
Give me 1 sec to review my notes there, but yes, you may go ahead and rebut that.
It was brought up in the testimony from this witness that he had been receiving medical treatment there, so I believe the scope would be opened up from that.
Hey, so I'm going to go ahead and overrule your objection. He did bring up the question in regards to rendered incapacitated and transported by his colleagues. They answered that Dr. Giannetti rendered treatment to him.
Okay. To answer the question, to the best of my knowledge, I believe that most, if not all, medical treatment had been completed. I recall various individuals who had been brought into custody cheering every time that my radio beeped, indicating an officer had been incapacitated. But that's only to the best of my knowledge. You would have to ask the medical providers if they had any further clarification on that.
Understood. One moment. Were you at any point unconscious while the shootout at the hospital was happening?
No, I had I was brought in a conscious state and received prompt medical attention. I think I had one through and through, which was stitched up by Giannetti.
Okay. I don't have any further for this witness, Your Honor.
Alrighty, defense, this is your opportunity. Then go ahead and redirect if you like.
Don't we have anything more for this witness, Your Honor?
Alrighty. Lieutenant Bundy, you may go ahead and step down there.
Absolutely, Your Honor. I take it I'm free to go at this time, Your Honor.
Yes, sir, you are.
Beautiful.
Thank you, Lieutenant Bundy.
Absolutely.
Been very helpful.
Alrighty. Y'all have any other witnesses that y'all like to call? I don't think you have any marked, actually.
No more witnesses, Your Honor.
Alrighty, at this point in time, would you like to point everything in evidence? Yo, what's going on, Eric? Mike Krim is going to join BBMC, right?
I don't think there's anything that we have to point out, Your Honor.
You don't think, or you don't know?
We can keep it to the closing. We don't need to go line items with evidence.
Yes, I apologize. We will not be pointing out anything for you, Your Honor.
All right. Then at this point, I need a magic word then.
We rest.
All righty. Perfect. Y'all need a few moments to prepare your closing statements.
Yes, Your
I
Honor.
think Lou would probably benefit from a few minutes.
All righty. How long do y'all think you need?
I'll defer to whatever Thoreau wants.
Let's call it 20 minutes after the hour. Maybe
15 minutes.
You need 15 minutes to formulate your response there, son.
I could use 15 minutes.
Let's go with 10.
Really?
Okay.
Yeah, can we make it a tight 10? That'd be good.
All right, yeah, so then I guess 17 minutes after the hour, then, if that would be good, Your Honor.
Clock's ticking. Let's go. All right. All right. Anyway. So, yeah. There's a lot of thoughts on this so far. Sloppy on both sides, truthfully. Very sloppy. Sorry, I'm stretching. Actually, give me a second. I'm gonna go grab a drink real quick. While I go grab the drink, yep, I'll run a few ads just so we're not getting ads on the side. Apologies. Actually, I can't even do it. It doesn't even let me do it. Son of a bitch. All right. No ads then. I'll go ahead and put the music up. I'm just gonna grab a drink. I'll be right back, all right? All right, Jack. We're back. Hey, Meals the Pie. Thank you for the new sub, T1. Appreciate that. All right. So my thoughts on this, right? Actually, let me check Discord really quick. All right. Sorry. All right. Anyway, so let me go back, and I want to go over these, right? So the attempted murder of a government employee, times 7. He did not contest. I'll get to the terrorism part afterwards. Actually, I'll wait for the terrorism. I won't say anything about terrorism yet. So attempted murder of a government employee times 7. They have not listed any of the officers that have one down other than maybe like a casual conversation. Don't I play TJ? Yes, I do. So they haven't named a specific number. He said that he went in and shot officers, specifically towards Wrangler, and he testified to that, but I don't have it times 7. Cooper was still up. Everly went down, so that's 2 that is confirmed that I know of. Right? Which voice is my real one? The one I'm talking to you right now. Criminal possession of a government-issued firearm, times 1. That, I'm guessing, is in the photo that he gave me. Accomplice a criminal use of explosive. I'm sure they just did it as accomplice because they weren't sure which one actually did it. And that was testified by Claire. In criminal possession of a firearm class 2, he pled no contest as well. I'd have to go back and look at the photos. So some of these are still verdicted out that I have to look at during deliberation, and I will figure that out. But here's what I want to say, right? If you are part of the prosecution, this is your onus to prove each one of these. If I'm being the prosecutor, I'm explaining why it's 7. I'm explaining every single officer that went down. No GSR, no grenade fragments recovered by police. Drop the ball. GSR, he already testified to actually doing it, so they already tested. He basically said that he fired it, so that's unfortunately a moot point. But anyway. Listen, chat. Stop being held up on the GSR point. Dundee literally got in the stand and said that he fired. He literally said on the stand, I fired. I don't need GSR. Anyway. So anyway, a lot of these are possession things. The accomplice of criminal use of an explosive. Like I said, I'm going to have to go through a fair amount of this stuff. Anyway, a lot of this I'll look at after the closing, personally. And that's what I'll start doing my own digging, per se. Is there any type of charge in particular you like having to deliberate on? I have no idea. One that really, I guess, more so... I guess if you remember Chang's, so I did one in 2.0 with Chang Gang. And Chang, I found guilty of murder via arson and felonious like murder 1, basically. Because he committed a felony and it resulted in someone's death, even if the intention was not there, I still found him guilty of felony murder. So that was a very long deliberation. That was something that I had to go back and look at. Was there intent that was proven based upon things that were happening, right? So I like ones that can you link one thing to another. Even the Jordan Steele one. I had Jordan Steele a long time ago. I also found him guilty of murder. We did like a field trip. And we went and like, so Serge Cross gave testimony about like seeing Jordan Steele on the phone in conversation with them back and forth. And so we actually did like a field trip to go review the spot. And yeah, it was pretty cool. Anyway, but yeah, there's a lot of different things. I mean, I like thought-provoking ones and trying to piece together situations. The better that the prosecution or defense can do in order to supply more information that is pertinent to the actual picture being painted, that's what's going to lead to a better chance for most people. You have to paint the picture. By saying, here's the photos, and not proving anything with it, doesn't really do anything for me. Oh, here you go. Here's the photos pieced together. Excuse me? So.
right, you got this, Lou.
Alrighty, 10 minutes is up. Let's go.
It's time for the student to become the master.
Cancel the throat. Speak up and go to the microphone.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Go to the microphone. The microphone.
Okay.
There you go.
Now, the wording of the statute of terrorism is going to be crucial for rendering this verdict. There's a few aspects of it at play here in this case, and I would like to highlight those. Multiple officers testified in the report include statements that the defendant and his associates threw grenades at officers during a traffic stop. The defendant also admitted to shooting at officers in the direction of the hospital, and he admitted to firing his weapon from within the hospital as well. These all tie to the use of extreme violence aspect of this statute. The next important one that we need to hammer on is compromise medical neutrality. It's in the first part of that statute. Medical neutrality refers to a principle of non-interference with medical services during armed conflict or civil unrest. Essentially, that physicians must be allowed to care for sick and wounded, and all anybody in the hospitals must receive medical care, and parties must refrain from attacking or misusing medical facilities, transport, and personnel. This concept comprises the principles. The concept of medical neutrality is derived from various international human rights law, medical ethics, and humanitarian law. The defendant did, in fact, compromise medical neutrality by his own admission of firing upon the hospital, entering the hospital, and firing his weapons. We have multiple officers testifying that this is true. We have the photographic evidence showing the defendant's DNA and his casings belonging to the firearm he was found to be in possession of on the scene of that hospital. And we have a patient of that hospital, one Lieutenant Bunny, who testified that he was concerned for his safety during the actions that the defendant testified that he committed. Now, the defense counsel will likely try to argue that since there is no proof of political or religious motivations that their actions or their client testified to, and thus it is not terrorism. However, per the statute, political or religious motivations do not apply to the compromise medical neutrality aspect of this statute. With these facts in mind, the prosecution believes firmly that the defendant, beyond a reasonable doubt, is guilty of terrorism. Thank you.
All right, Lou. Believe in you.
Your Honor, we all can recognize that this was an unfortunate scenario. However, this was one where Dundee simply was trying to help out his friends, his boys. As an officer testified today.
What?
And Dundee as well. That was a bad voice crack. All right.
What?
At the hospital, Dundee did fire in the direction of it. That is correct. However, that was to get his boys.
What do you mean? What are you going at?
Dundee did testify that he did not attack any civilians, he did not attack any EMS, nor did he even attack the recovering officers. A terrorist would not let the officers live.
He just said it was for the boys.
Max pain. A terrorist wouldn't let EMS live. They would inflict max pain. Even Lieutenant Bundy testified today that all of, or most of, the medical treatments had occurred inside. Dundee didn't get inside and yell at the EMS and say, stop working on that patient. Dundee testified that he let them be. Dundee did not compromise any sort of medical neutrality while inside of that hospital today. He simply, or not today, sorry, on the 28th. He simply went inside to get his friends, and he wanted to leave. He was fine being pursued by police. He wasn't wearing a mask. He knew that they would come for him. It was the officers outside who kept Dundee inside. Dundee never should have been charged with terrorism, and that is all, Your Honor.
Alrighty. I will place this court in the recess and begin my deliberation.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Uh-huh.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right.
Oh.
So how are you feeling, Lou? Do you feel that went well?
That might have been the worst closing statement I ever heard in any court case. He literally just said that. He did it for the boys, man. That was... Oh, no. Okay. All right, buddy, if you go back and watch this video, I'm going to say this. If you come back and review it, right? My man, you have a lot of material to work with. Saying he did those actions for the boys does not help. I don't care what you do it for. It's the things that you do and the people that you affect. Anyway, all right. Okay. So, give me a sec, chat. I want to save this. I'm going to open up another document, all right? Just so I don't share a whole bunch of stuff on stream. I'll be right back with that. Okay. Oh, you can already see that one. So let me open this one here. So you have two of them, right? So this one is my other screen that you see. So this is his initial Yo. Tetras. Thank you for the resub. Appreciate that, Izzy Wood. Thank you for the resub as well. Alright. Give me a sec, chat. Alrighty. So, if we go through this document, let's go terrorism aside. So, I want to go on the actual charges first. So, based upon the testimony given, how many counts of attempted murder did we go with, right? How many counts that were given during the testimony? That's the first thing that I'm doing. All right? And chat, don't be offended if I'm not reading you because I'm saying my thought processes out loud so you can follow through. I'm not taking any of your consideration into what I'm going through. This is my own. I'm not going to acknowledge chat for this period of time, just as an FYI. Okay? So, all right. Were you on duty? Yes. Were you on patrol? Did you encounter them? Who's inside? What were the occupants doing? So 515 is the cadet and Claire. I have no idea of the status. Okay. Let me do this. All right. So 515 also had the grenade thrown at them as part of the initial stop, apparently. All right. So that really wasn't even contested at any point in time. Just give me a sec. So 515 turn lights and sirens, follow cautiously behind the blue Enos SUV. Did they throw any other explosives? No. Where did it end? The Billabong near Conquistador. Melanoma, or whatever they said beforehand. It's kind of just Vespucci Beach, I guess, per se, is the general area. How many officers involved in the shooting? Unknown, and the exact number. How did this shootout come to an end? Cannot recall accurately, as she was the officers being treated. How many suspects were shot down? 5 or 6. Was Dundee? Yes. Which hospital? Going to the next question. When was the last time you encountered the outstanding suspects? All right, what I'm looking for right now is who else went down, right? I want to figure out who else went down. Okay. To your best of your knowledge, is medically injured at a point in time. Cannot say was receiving treatment. All right. Okay, so looking at the cross. Was he there to break out his fellow? Okay, that doesn't really give me a whole lot. Redirect. Was he on duty? Yes. Several officers down. Multiple BBMCs shooting at officers. Okay, it doesn't give me exactly the number. Cooper stayed up, from my knowledge. Open fired, who were shooting at my officers, try to get my officers out there after they had triage location. Okay, it still doesn't cover the fact of how many officers, right? So Bundy also gave testimony. Quite a few received gunshot wounds. There are 4 individuals that laid siege to the hospital as individuals being treated. Approximately 7 to 8 officers went down. 7 to 8. So this was testimony given. Right. Sorry, I'm drinking water in the meantime while I'm talking. So let's take this statement and supply it over here. Okay. The shootout ended within the hospital. How long? In 15 minutes. Mirandized. Cooper was present. Captain Wrangler did the Mirandizing. Wasn't sure what happened. Defense, to your knowledge, yada yada. When does Dundee explanation? Went back to the hospital to get your boys. 2 of them in custody. Did you ever hear Dundee confirm that he understand them? No. Redirect. Okay. So once again, we're looking at confirming the number. Okay. Wait, who's this initially from? This is Wrangler for prosecution. So it doesn't ask Wrangler at any point in time how many went down. All right. So let's look at, next thing we got to look at is the, we got to look at the report that was entered in. So these are also kind of basic, these are all sworn documents as well, right? So these are admittable. So these are things that we can use to corroborate. the statements because they're technically sworn testimony as it is a report. So. Give me 1 sec. Give me 1 sec. I'm just trying to open it in Google Docs, so I'm not leaking anything. Give me a sec. It's loading. It's loading. It's loading. It's loading. Alright, you know what? I'm just downloading on something else. Give me a sec. Okay. Alright, so here we go. Alright, victims. Cannoli, Bundy, Metzger, Everly, Rogers, Fury, Jones, King, West, and 4 to 5 other cadets. All right. So medical or gather. Hold on. All right. Let me read this a sec. This is why you ask things in questioning, by the way, so I don't have to do my own digging and deliberation doesn't take an hour because you don't fucking ask the questions in court, by the way. This is why you ask questions. This is why you get clarity, by the way. Stop just throwing it in there and expecting fucking blanket charges to stick. Arrived on scene, gun on rooftop, managed to shoot down. After standoff rooftops around the Billy, several officers gathered up on the League of Cooper, gathered officers 95. After waiting triage point, the scene was code 4. Officers transported Vice Trey, gathered up and held a perimeter, Cortair, yada yada, to get their boys after long standoff. All officers but one went down. Cooper mines a short down. Okay. Wrangler, Nova, Shaw. Wait. So, as Wrangler testified, he got there late. So 3 of them got there late. Cooper was there. He doesn't name, he just says all the officers. Okay, all right. Officers remain. Pushes two sides entrance to the gun down guy Jones, leading up to 2 suspects still being in Viceroy Medical at this point. More units ready to breach. Cooper managed to come from behind, gun down Dundee. Last suspect got pushing inside. Okay, so when those individuals arrived, none of them went down. I don't even know. Well, Dundee testified that Wrangler, he did shoot at Wrangler. Okay. So Fury, his statement, he went down. All right. So Fury. So Bundy went down. Fury went down. Jones went down. There's no statement from Rogers. No statement from Metzger. Okay. So for these, Cooper testified that he was shot at by Dundee. Oh, King was down too. So, attempted times 7 will be guilty on, right? Technically, it probably could have been more, it could have been less, but prosecution absolutely was terrible explaining anything with this, and I had to go through and look at literally everything. So, I don't know if they're correctly charged, obviously, as accomplice or not accomplice. That's another thing, unfortunately. But anyway. All right. So we're going with that. Criminal possession of a government issued firearm times 1. Give me 1 sec. All right. So okay. He's got the M4. Class 2, the Uzi. And M4. Alright. They missed a charge on the Colt, by the way. The Colt 1911 should have been charged, it was not. So then it goes to criminal use of explosives as an accomplice. Give me a sec. All right, so for that, we go back to the original document. Okay. And I want to go back over Bundy's, or not Bundy's, I want to go back over Dundee's testimony that he gave. Where is this at? Defense, Dundee. Save my friends. They're wrongfully accused of assisting me of prior crime I committed. Where it doesn't say exactly the hand grenade, it doesn't exactly say that he did or didn't do it. He was identified by Claire in doing it. All right, let's go back to Claire for a second. Okay. Alrighty. 515 at the top attempted to stop an Enos eastbound Vespucci / Power, which is where Dundee testified by PDM, right? Vespucci and Power is basically by PDM. So upon that, they speak to all. Yes, Erwin Dundee asked if you'd seen grenades before, promptly lobbing 2 out of the window. Did not strike any officers. Irregardless of if he's in the vehicle, he's still an accomplice to that. He pled no contest, which I would put him as guilty as. He's an accomplice for it. If he's in the vehicle, he still is an accomplice. Whether he did it or not, the statement and identification given, voice from Claire confirming it. Like I said, it doesn't have to be that he did it himself. He's still involved with the actual vehicle in doing it.
Hey man, just want to say I love your RP and to have a great day and have a Merry Christmas and New Year's smiley face.
Oh, why, thank you. I appreciate the $5 donation. Thank you, thank you. Also, Lynn's RRT, thank you for the tier 1. So I appreciate that. So let me just clarify for everyone. Like I said, I'm not reading chat, but if there's questions out there in regards to accomplice, accomplice versus accessory versus the actual charge, right? So technically, most of these attempted murder charges should be as an actual accomplice, or he should be charged as accomplice because they didn't try to verify if he was a primary shooter. He's involved in the situation, so these should at least be accomplice to attempted murder. So technically, it's not guilty of attempted murder, it's guilty of an accomplice to attempted murder, by the way, the first one, because they didn't, other than the grenade, which is by voice and saying, and him being involved in the initial situation, they didn't name him as the actual person throwing it for the grenade. Though they did name him as an active individual for the attempted murder of a government employee, because Cooper testified that he identified him, that he was actually taking shots from Dundee, right? So, whereas it's still attempted, it's a lot to go back and forth between finding the attempted and accomplice. Actually, it's to the benefit of the criminal that cops don't do that work, because technically how the charges work within NoPixel is that it separates it. So say you have, I'm just going to say this as an example. Say it's 50 months for attempted, right? And then it's 50 months for accomplice. If you charge them for attempted and accomplice, it goes 100 months is what they get, right? If you charge them all for one, so if you just stick all of them at attempted, they only stay at 50 months, right? Because they stack in fines, but they don't stack in times. But the moment that you put accomplice on there, it stacks in time. So I just want to make that clear. So it was actually for Dundee's benefit that they didn't separate out a attempted and an accomplice, which is hard to do. Usually, I mean, we're processing. It's a pain in the ass to deal with, but that's just how it works, right? So it's kind of a blanket statement with that. So, all right, the accomplice of criminal use of explosive, yeah, that's fine. So now we go to terrorism, right? So, terrorism, the unlawful use of extreme violence and intimidation against the civilian population that would pursue political aims, compromise medical neutrality, or in the name of a religious ideology. The unlawful use of extreme violence and intimidation against Gosh, I can't spell. Government entities that would pursue the disruption, destabilization, or destruction of those entities for political or religious aims. All right. All right. So let's break this down a little bit further. So, was there unlawful use of extreme violence? Yes, there was, with grenades against the civilian population that would pursue political aims. No, not political. Would it compromise medical neutrality? Or did the use of extreme violence compromise medical neutrality? So this is where we have to go back in the reports and the testimony to say, was anyone not given treatment because of the active situation? So that's what we're going to determine right now. Or the medical neutrality, you can also look at, are you telling a doctor that you must treat a patient before you treat another? So for example, you bring in two patients, one's critical and one's not so critical. If you bring a gun in and say you have to treat the non-critical one before you treat the critical one, that is medical neutrality compromising as well, right? So let's look at how we define medical neutrality. In the term of, let's see, unlawful use of extreme violence against government entities that would pursue disruption of those entities for political or religious. So this part, political religious aim, no. So the whole, I don't see anything political religious other than this is for Bass, which was stricken anyway, and there's really no context given other than Wrangler's testimony saying this is for Bass or Andrews. And I don't even know if we actually ended up allowing that. Give me a second. I think we struck that, did we not? I think we struck it. Let me look at it. All right, let's go to Wrangler. Yo, Wesley, thank you for the Prime sub. Appreciate that. Sorry, I realize I have this on two screens. You can see both of them at the same time. I apologize. One is on my main screen. I'm just kind of looking closely at it. All right. Why this? He has tweet how much he hates Bass and Andrews. There's no tweets provided to my knowledge, though, as well. I don't know if... I don't particularly think that this is... I don't think this is particularly proven by any means. There's no... He just says he has him tweet how much he hates Bass Andrews, and there's not exactly... This testimony, right? I don't know. Like I said, I don't think that's... I'm not going with that disruption of political. You can hate any officer. It's fine. All right. So let's look at medical neutrality. So Wrangler was up. Wrangler and Cooper are the two up that gave testimony still. Bundy went down, right? So this is the person actually pushing terrorism had threatened him about a warrant and was going to do something about it. There was no testimony of Bundy to Dundee and no testimony of Dundee to Bundy. The whole hospital thing, late stage of the hospital, not let law enforcement inside. So, I know there was like an actual announcement that was made that we're really not supposed to be doing this, by the way. We're not supposed to, once the situation's like done, we're not supposed to shoot at a hospital. That's, I don't, it's not mine to really say anything about, but I think that they were encouraging, as in staff, people to not do that. Photograph evidence. The casing's full of impacts. Okay. Were there officers inside at the time? No. There were 2 officers. Wait, what? Were there more officers? At the time, no. There were 2 officers inside that surrendered. Likely, I'm going to say this because this is kind of weird. Likely, these guys were already treated. They already went down in the situation, so they're not going to re-engage. Like, let's be honest. So, I don't... There's a weird... I'm not going to lie. There's a weird point in this when questioning started to go around not shooting people inside, likely because they were already down. You're not supposed to re-engage in situations. So, if you go down, you don't go right back to a scene, right? That's not what you do. So that's kind of a weird area to go into, and I don't even really want to touch that, truthfully. Saw no reason to harm them. They were not involved, no risk, had nothing to do. They were idle. 2 officers inside. Bundy already testified he went down. So Bundy's not going to re-engage. He should not shoot him because he's already done it, right? Done. So let's go to Bundy's and... Dr. Janetti treated them. Jumping ahead a bit, you heard Dundee testify firing pound Bundy with your claw accurate. Officers are surrendering. Need a little time for recovery from injuries. This is exactly what I'm saying, by the way. He's not going to re-engage. Provide documentation, did not fire upon or rob officers. Briefly interacted and walked out the door. Did not attempt to attack or shoot at you. At the time, did you feel your life was threatened? There was a period of time there was a lot of shooting outside, a period of concern. While that shooting was going on, to your best of knowledge, is there's still treatment being done. Most, if not all, had been completed. So, I mean, technically, as Bundy says it, the job of EMS or the doctors had already been completed. They were not, per se... held in doing their jobs. They were not barred from doing their jobs because this was happening. All right. So if we go back to the terrorism charge. So let's pick this apart again. So use of extreme violence. Yes, extreme violence occurred. Sure. intimidation against the civilian population. If you interpret that as cops or compromise medical neutrality, I don't think this is political by any means. It could be targeted if you say bass or whatever. I don't see a political reason of overthrowing someone. So, medical neutrality. So, all right, this is where I'm kind of cheating a little bit, by the way, because I have taken the Hippocratic Oath and have been a medical professional at some point in time as well. So, medical neutrality is basically non-interference with medical services in times of armed conflict or civil unrest. Right? So, medical neutrality, once again, as we talked about, is essentially interference, right? Did he interfere by the statement of Bundy saying that it had already occurred? Don't really see an interference. Now, here's the thing though, man. Like, you go back and forth with this as well. It's like, you're in an RP situation, you're in RP city. Do you assume that there's more patients in the actual facility, and quote unquote would they? I don't know, man. Like, such a weird line to cross. And there was no testimony given by a doctor. That's where I think could... If you had Janetti here, this is where you probably could prove that, and they didn't give testimony to the actual doctor. But see, I go back and forth on this right now, man. Like, because you think of the hospital by itself. Once again, one side of it is you can talk about the testimony basically just saying like, hey, everyone was treated. But the second point of that is nobody else can go there. So technically, you are compromising. You're compromising a medical facility where you can't technically bring anyone there. this is where it gets dumb. This is where it gets dumb. Oh! Give me a sec. Let's save this real quick. All right, one sec. I know I'm not reading your chat, but go ahead and hit the follow button if you haven't already. I do have notifications that I can see on the side to it. Chat is minimized, so I don't see it, but if you want, go ahead and hit the follow button. Mods, if you can go to Twitter and Discord, please go ahead and do so as well. Just do !Twitter, !Discord, by the way. Alright.
It's time!
Oh, fuck fairy bread.
Come on, you dumb chair. Please. Whatever.
Shut up, guys. The judge is here.
Alright, give me one sec, chat. Alright, give me 1 second. Call court back into session in just a sec. Alright. Let me take off. I want to take something off here. Let me hide that. Okay. Alrighty. I'll be calling this court back into session. Alrighty. Prosecution and defense, are you prepared to hear the verdict?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Alrighty. Oh, I'm going to go through each charge and the reasoning behind them. I also want to say, prosecution and defense, Lord, y'all need to tighten up your stories and your evidence. I'm just going to say that flat out. This might have been one of the sloppiest cases I have been involved in terms of both sides. The story just saying and hopefully throwing out photos and of a scene to paint a picture and hope that I find my own story with it is unfortunately one of the worst scenarios that you could ever do for a judge. I'm just going to say that. I'm going to say that. Just give me a moment. Testimony itself, whatever. That's fine. I can take testimony. Anyone gives testimony. Questioning that happens.
Like, how was it? Was it good?
Not particularly, no.
Not particularly, no. All right. I think that means yes. It's a double negative.
Not particularly. It was not good. So, no, it wasn't good. Maybe. Whatever you want to say with that. Whatever. Maybe. All right. Stop trying to play me on words here. Here's what I want to say to y'all. Right? Frankly, a lot of this basis is based upon the charge of terrorism itself. Right? And I'll get to terrorism as the last charge that we go over today. But the testimony given had me left going into reports and finding out other information of attempted murder of a government employee times 7. Now, keep in mind, the reason I'm back there for so long is I have to look at every single charge there that you put on there. How many times during testimony or defense did we ever go over the attempted murder of a government employee and put down an actual number there? Answer me that question.
Your Honor, I left it vague on purpose.
I believe Officer Cooper testified that...
he said approximately 7 or 8.
Yeah.
Yeah, do you think that's an actual number there, son? I deal with facts. Approximately doesn't give me shit to go with. You understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So, back I am, reading reports. So, I have Everly went down. I have 515 was a grenade thrown at them. I have that Bundy went down. I had that Fury went down, Jones was down, Cooper was shot at by Dundee, and King was shot down as well. Right? So I must emphasize also correctness in charging individuals. We have attempted murder of a government employee times 7. How many of those were accomplished? Did Dundee do every single one of them? I don't know, frankly. Though, he's still an accomplice to the other individuals during the entire situation. So, with that, still, I do find you guilty, Mr. Dundee, of attempted murder of a government employee times 7. Next off, prosecution. At the end, you pointed to the PDM4, correct?
Yes.
All right. So your next step that you can prove this to me, son. You look to see whose serial number it is, by the way. It's just say, oh, they have an M4 on them. Don't be lazy with this. Tell me exactly whose damn M4 it is. All right?
Understood.
All right. Next off, criminal possession of a firearm class 2. All right. We got the Uzi there. Understood. Apparently, we're missing that the Colt 1911 apparently was there as well, but there's no charge for that. It was given, so Dundee, you're free on that one because they didn't charge you for it. All right. Now, here's the accomplice of criminal use of explosives. So since Mr. Dundee had been confirmed via Claire Everly of involvement in, and once again, this is accomplice, the proof of burden of actually proving that Dundee is the one that threw it is not there. The accomplice is the fact of the matter that it occurred and he was involved in a situation being vehicle and said the grenade ability or a grenade was used, correct? So with that, I will also find you guilty of accomplice to criminal use of explosives. All right. So here we get to terrorism. A lot of this is predicated on a few different things here. Now let me go ahead and read the definition of terrorism. We within the state of Los Santos the unlawful use of extreme violence or intimidation against the civilian population that would pursue political aims, compromise medical neutrality, or in the name of religious ideology. The unlawful use of extreme violence and intimidation against government entities that would pursue the disruption, destabilization, or destruction of those entities for political or religious aims. All right, let's break this down. Was at any point in time extreme violence used? Yes, we do have the admittance of Dundee saying that he fired in a hospital at officers. So definition of extreme violence there is met, right? Did it pursue any political aims? No, it did not. Did it pursue the disruption, destabilization, or destruction of those entities for political or religious aims? As a second part of terrorism. No, it did not. That brings us back to medical neutrality. And frankly, prosecution and defense, the hell y'all should have done, honestly, if I'm working on a case, bring in the damn doctor. Y'all just want to talk back and forth, but if you also want to prove a point, bring in the damn doctor. Neither of y'all thought to even add them. So let's look at medical neutrality. Medical neutrality by itself is a non-interference with medical services in times of armed conflict or civil unrest. So, there's a lot of back and forth that can be done with this. And a lot of different ways you can interpret it. The interpretation, first off, which was given by the defense of Lieutenant Bundy and other individuals, was that they had already been treated and that Dundee had not technically ever harmed an EMS individual. At the same time, the other side of the fence is medical services in times of armed conflict and civil unrest. Can other individuals actually obtain treatment at this hospital during the quote-unquote armed conflict and civil unrest? by technicality, you are essentially shutting down an active hospital. So with that, and I would just want to make it explicitly known, I do not condone any, and I shouldn't obviously have to say it, shooting at hospitals. Absolutely damn not. Should never happen in any circumstance. Thank God above has even made a statement on that. Anyway, because of the fact that during this time a hospital was rendered inoperable, I do find you guilty of terrorism. Mr. Dundee, at this time, your sentencing is time served with the fine that has already been given. If it had not been given, officers, I need to know immediately, and he would be fined for that amount.
Which fine given are you referring to, Your Honor?
In the end of People's B.
That is just for the charges that were not terrorism, Your Honor.
Then I still stick it at the 52,000.
Okay. Wrangler, do you know if he got billed for that?
I believe
we didn't
no
bill
one
him
got
for
charged.
anything.
Yeah.
This time, you may go ahead and bill him as such. Mr. Benson, if you'd like to approach, you could go ahead and get your 75,000 back for his bail as well.
So just to be clear, Your Honor, you want him to be billed that $52,725 at the bottom of the report?
Correct, yes. Also, prosecution, don't ever say that they did it for the boys, by the way. That might be the dumbest, and I mean dumbest, closing statement I've ever heard.
By prosecution, you mean defense?
Defense, sorry, my fault there, yes.
Yeah, no worries.
So just, yeah, I got it. So just the 52,000?
Yes.
Sorry, Your Honor. Okay, no additional money?
Nope.
Okay. Well, okay. What a great case I put together.
That was probably one of the worst
And no one learned any lessons.
put together case I have seen.
Thank you for your time, Your Honor.
the judge
Apologies
said
for
no,
the
dude. He's just said don't
sloppiness. My vacation kind of complicated thing, but I'll do better to
Actually, Dundee, I
not
think,
be as sloppy next
You might
time.
want to cancel your plans. I'm pretty sure you're on a no-flight list now.
All right.
That's what I do. Make
All
the
right,
jokes.
well.
So anyway, chat, we're back open.
All right. Well, we did it. Dundee's a terrorist.
Anyway, for the boys,
I dropped a contact. Don't move. No one
Anyway.
move. My contact came out. No, I can't see. My goddamn contact came out. Nobody.
we mean
move.
voice vice.
Am I free to go? Am I on
Don't
parole,
move.
bail, anything?
You're free to go, my friend, as long as you've already been billed. You are available to walk out of here.
And am I guilty of government possession or not guilty? You said you didn't say not to.
Oh, so you are guilty of the class 1, or sorry, the class 2 and the PD issued. You are guilty of that as well. You were not charged.
Guilty of everything.
Correct. Minus, they didn't even charge you for everything that they could have.
Okay. Yeah, Barry. The car's out the front, right?
Uh-huh.
Alrighty, and
Oh, I got it.
Bear, come here real quick. I have to give this back to you.
Oh, yeah. Did you get my 85K?
75, by the way, not 85.
Was interest.
Hey,
like a
no,
loan,
son, there's no interest here.
Well, I pay taxes.
Hey,
My money. Oh.
Hey, arrest that man.
all right. So, can I need your state ID, please?
6272.
Do you actually have the license? I need to see that.
Oh. An ID, yes. I left it in the foyer. One moment.
Chat, you say Viceroy is an active hospital. It is an active hospital.
What's up, Dad?
I'm not your damn father.
Left it on the desk out there.
Uh-huh.
Okay. Here it is. Oh, Barry Benson.
All right, one sec. Did not pay. What do you mean? Give me one sec.
Probably because you're putting 75 instead of 85.
Hey, stop that.
If you put up.
Give me a second. Might have to. One moment. All right. I might have to bring it up to the city architects. Let me see if it's a certain amount or anything.
Okay.
Oh, actually, I need your bank ID. That's what I need.
Oh. Would I need my phone for that? I would assume.
Yes, you would. All right, we have to do it outside.
Why can't we get an auxiliary?
Oh, jump for me real quick. All right.
All right, let me read this out to you. My bank account ID is 6164530.
Just to verify, 616-45306, yes?
Yep, 616453006.
All right. You should have it now.
I'm rich. Thank you, Judge.
Uh-huh.
My mother fell down the stairs. I have to go attend to.
What happened to the other 5 people? Nothing. They didn't get charged with it. It wasn't brought up into court. Yeah, the whole reason that he was charged with terrorism was literally because he shut down a hospital. It is an active hospital. Stop saying that it's not. It's still
have access to him. Hello.
How many times have we taken people there?
What's up, Dad?
I'm not your damn father.
You called me son.
Stop saying that.
I don't know my dad, so I'm just kind of assuming you're my dad. Listen, Dad, I need a favor.
What's that?
Thomas said I need to come see any judge.
Who said
You're a
this?
judge. Judge Thomas?
Yeah, we're with Diamond Hand Credit. We should probably say that first, right?
No, I'm his son. He knows that.
No. We recently, Judge Thomas recently ruled on defaulting on all of the loans that we put up on the docket and said to contact any judge in the city, and they would be able to pay out.
Oh, Lord. All right. How many of these are there?
Yeah.
27 or something.
Yeah, 27.
Oh, Lord.
Value of $6 million, I think.
Y'all really just had to get me after a damn court case, didn't you?
No. Or we could just
You could tell
Yeah.
Arthur how to do it, and he
Yeah.
can do it all.
Yeah.
Who?
That. He said the judge that's right there.
Oh. Hello there.
Driver's license. Hi, Judge Bailey. How you doing?
Oh, not bad, not bad. How about yourself? Ah, you want to learn how to do this?
Learn how to do what, sir?
The Diamond Hands credit.
Oh, hell yeah, yeah. Way to learn.
Look at that enthusiasm. He doesn't realize what he's about to go for.
Alright. So here's what you have to do with this, right? So you're billing CID, right?
Yep.
Of the individual that has it, right? So technically, if you bill them, that goes to the state account, right?
And then we judge pay the other person?
Yep, absolutely goes from one to the other.
Okay.
Alrighty.
Okay, so basically what you need to do is that you're going to search up the profile of the person, we're going to confirm the number, the state ID, and then you're going to bill for the amount.
Okay, well this is going to be fun because I've seen that list and it's pretty long.
Listen, you're about to see a bigger one. Yeah, you're about to see a bigger one. Listen, the company's been like, you know, the boss was out of town and stuff, so we're super far behind, and you guys owe are owed a lot of money, so a lot of money, which I've been
Okay.
trying to stay on top of, but with all these defaults, it's kind of like, you know, kind of hard and stuff.
Yeah, fair enough. Okay.
Alright, hell yeah. You want to go to your chambers?
Yeah, we can do. I was. about
Oh,
to
yeah.
head off.
Thank you,
Alrighty.
Dad.
Uh-huh.
Cool, thanks for letting me know, Judge Bailey. Let's see if we can get this figured out.
Uh-huh.
Your Honor, appreciate you. Love the suit.
Oh, thank you. Chat. That is... That's going to do it for me tonight. I would pop on and play Teach. I might play him off stream for a bit. I don't know, maybe. We'll see. Maybe not. I don't know. It kind of drains me, like, mentally, thinking of these things. My fingers are actually freaking tired of typing all that. Alright. I'm gonna end it on tonight. I'll be back tomorrow. I just need to get up and move around, honestly. And just, like, be active, so... I'll be back tomorrow. Agree with the charge, don't agree with the charge. That's up to you. I really don't mind. I don't care. Frankly. I really don't. So... Like I said, I gotta work with what we are provided within the city. And, yeah. Alright. Say it? Say what? Wait, hold on. I love all the chat. Alright, chill. Chill. Alrighty. Yeah, we gave him time served with it. I understand that he's probably in jail for a period of time, so I didn't feel like charging him more time where he had to go in for it. So he's already held until trial. He got bail, went out with it, so I'm not trying to punish the RP anymore. He has already given a long period of time for bail, as well, so I didn't want to, like, where he couldn't do anything, so yeah. Anyway, the reason a lot of this obviously occurred was because it was at the hospital. Anything at a hospital, not good. Not good. I mean, it's been talked about multiple times. Don't do that at the hospital. It's literally in the definition. So if it's brought up, sure. That's why I'm bringing it up. That's why it is what it is. And that's why we rolled as we did. So anyway, thank you for hanging out. I appreciate y'all for being here. And go ahead, if you haven't already, make sure follow the Twitter and Discord, by the way. And yeah, I appreciate y'all. All right, go ahead, drop a follow in chat for the stream if you haven't already, and take care, everybody. Have a good night.